Ay, estoy en vivo. Vaya, vaya, vaya. ¿Quién me pudiera ver? Perdón, vengo 5 minutitos tarde. Tuve que lanzarme a la tienda y aquí yo contándoles todas mis desgracias. Es San Valentín, por eso estoy de rojo, ¿no? A ese de rojo le tengo mucho amor, es lo que dice todo el mundo en México. No, 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 la realidad es que no tenía otra cosa que ponerme en la mañana, eso fue lo que me puse, entonces es lo que pasó. Pero ahorita tuve que ir a las 6 de la mañana a la tienda a comprar flores, los globos, bla, 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 todo esto. Y dije, güey, voy a ser el primero, el único en la tienda. Hay una tienda que abre a las 6 de la mañana junto a la casa. Y que voy a ser el único que esté ahí a esta hora. Entré a las 6 y ya había un buen de hombres que tenían la misma cara que yo de culpables, entrando a la tienda, caminando hasta la parte de atrás de la tienda donde tienen todas las flores y las mujeres de las flores cagándose de risa de todos nosotros, velos. ¿Puedes creer lo última hora que son todos estos? Así como si no existiéramos. Sí, señora, así somos bastantes. Y su esposo probablemente esté en alguna tienda, en algún otro lado, comprando la misma, ¿ok? Así que tranquila. Y luego saliendo le digo al señor, mucha suerte con esto. Me imaginé que iba a ser el único acá. Dice, no, llevo 40 y tantos años con mi mujer. Siempre hago esto y siempre está lleno aquí en las mañanas. Y yo, ok. Bueno, eso es mínimo bueno saberlo. Pero muy feliz día de San Valentín a todos ustedes. El día de hoy quiero empezar, obviamente, platicando de esto, esta notición tan grande que nos están vendiendo a todos una vez más, de aquellas que dices, ya da pena honestamente tener que hablar de ello. Y esto es, Rusia ataca Ucrania. ¿En dónde? En donde estaba la central nuclear de Chernobyl con un dron, ¿no? Y con esto están atacando centrales nucleares. Gracias a Dios no hay radiación saliendo de la central y todo el mundo está flipeando, diciendo, ven, por eso tenemos que mandar a Putin a matar, bla, bla, bla. Y normalmente diría, claro, tienen razón. Pero ahora díganme ustedes, hay una plática de paz, es por primera vez, recuerden que toda la gente en nuestro gobierno, la que ha fondeado todas estas instituciones como USAID, el Pentágono, CIA, todas estas cosas, todos ellos siempre han estado del lado de no hay que detener la guerra, porque es un gran negocio. Y no sé cuántos de ustedes ya se hayan dado cuenta que este gran negocio de la guerra le funciona muy bien a todos nuestros políticos, porque lo que decía el tío Salo de que están agarrando de esos $200,000 millones y robándose 5%, estamos hablando de más del 50% que se están robando todos nuestros deliciosos políticos, por lo que sabemos que necesitamos seguir en guerra, necesitamos seguir fondeando estas cosas, necesitamos apoyar a Ucrania. Eso era el punto, ¿no? Apoyar a Ucrania, exactamente. Y al término de todo esto, Trump está hablando de paz con Rusia, está hablando Trump también de meter a Rusia al G7 y obviamente hay mucha oposición a ello porque todo el mundo, en la gente en común y corriente como tú y yo, estamos todos mega propagandizados de que no, Rusia es el peor del planeta y no deberíamos tener relaciones con ellos, bla, 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 pero China se le está pasando muy bien, ¿no? Comprando y vendiendo su energía y todos estos recursos naturales que tienen, que nosotros en este momento necesitamos tan deliciosamente y también no nos molestaría si el comercio gira un poco a nuestro entorno. Entonces, lo que se está planeando toda esta paz, Trump está hablando de tener toda la guerra y poner un fin hasta acá. Y obviamente, Ucrania perdió. No tienes que ser un genio para entender que un país del tamaño de Rusia, con toda la infraestructura militar que tiene Rusia, va a destruir una cosita de este tamaño que no tiene nada y que están usando para lavar dinero. Entonces, todo el mundo puede entender eso. Lo mejor que podemos hacer en todas las guerras es acabarlas. Obviamente tiene que haber sacrificios, no es tan fácil, no le van a dar toda Ucrania, no le van a dar nada, tiene que haber algo por ahí que se está dando y se está negociando, pero por ahora, ya que se está llegando a un fin que toda la gente en el gobierno odia, y esto tienes que pensarlo, ¿por qué todo el mundo en el gobierno está enojado de que se va a acabar la guerra? Obvio, la Unión Europea deja de recibir dinero y ahora la Unión Europea tiene que poner dinero y ahora la Unión Europea está quejándose como loca porque están dándose cuenta que se les acabó el circuito y todo el dinero que les estamos regalando de Estados Unidos para poder mantener esta falacia. Y luego viene Putin perdiendo la cabeza, ya se está acabando la guerra, está en la parte final, están haciendo declaraciones, sus gobiernos también diciendo que estaban en la parte final y ahora perdió la cabeza. Una vez más, ¿saben qué es? Yo creo que Putin atacó esta vez porque otra vez le dio cáncer y lagunas mentales, como al principio de la guerra, ¿se acuerdan? que iba a durar 2 semanas, que le dio cáncer y lagunas mentales. Yo creo que le regresó el cáncer y las lagunas mentales a Putin. Entonces decidió atacar. O puede que esto sea Zelensky, que tiene absolutamente nada de poder, que se le está cerrando el grifo del dinero porque la Unión Europea no tiene un centavo. Y ahora que se le está cerrando el grifo del dinero, necesita hacer algo desesperado con dinero que le hemos mandado para poder hacer que todo el mundo diga, ¿cómo vamos a aceptar a Rusia en esto? Son unos malvados. ¿Alguien nos está divirtiendo? ¿Alguien nos está divirtiendo con estas tonterías? Deberíamos de meter a la cárcel a toda la gente que está en la política en este momento, a todos, 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 todos. Se me hace una locura que los tenemos por ahí y que seguimos escuchando sus estupideces, pero esto es una realidad, esto no es nada más que propaganda, esto es igual, idéntico a cuando Rusia explotó su propia pipa de gas que llegaba a Europa, su tubería de gas, ¿no? Exactamente. Todas las cosas que hace Rusia que son irracionales. Y digo, también ahora estamos viendo cómo el gobierno se gasta todas estas fortunas de izquierda a derecha en estupideces, en corrupción, en poder destronar a gobiernos, poder poner a quien quieran, manipular a todas las masas, crear revueltas en todos lados. Pero eso no es esta vez. Esto es que Putin ha de tener cáncer, lagunas mentales y es un hombre muy malo y quiere acabar con todos. Ahora no estoy diciendo que Putin sea un puto ángel, pero ¿quién lo es en el gobierno? Nadie, absolutamente nadie. Pero este palo se lo están echando enfrente y esto es obviamente más propaganda de nuestro lado. Así que disfruten la propaganda de nuestro lado. Vamos a empezar a ver qué exactamente se está dando. Por cierto, vimos los anuncios, tíos, de cómo llegó el reporte de ventas en retail. Abismal, 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 pésimo. La gente está rota. Estaba platicando con mi cuate Obi. Obi tiene una agencia, tiene la agencia de coches. Estoy vendiendo mi McLaren en este momento. Me quería comprar algo más. Todavía no sé qué. Estoy esperando. De todas maneras, estoy esperando. No tengo prisa ni nada. Y llevo un rato ya mi coche ahí sentado, que estaría aquí en el puto garage también. Y me habló el martes Obi. Me dice, oye, güey, ¿cómo estás viendo todo de tu lado? Y le digo, ¿por qué nunca me preguntas esto a menos de que haya algo que te esté pasando, no? Y me dice, es que nunca había visto algo así. Hay gente que todavía tiene dinero, o sea, hay gente que todavía está comprando coches, ¿no? Y haciendo todas sus cosas, pero la mayor parte, y esto es algo impresionante, ¿no? Porque Obi solamente va a juntas donde hay Lamborghinis, donde hay Ferraris, Paganis y la mamada. Y me dice, estaba platicando con toda la gente y literalmente toda la gente me sigue diciendo, güey, es que no tengo un centavo, estoy roto. A la verga estoy roto. Y me dice, Obi, nunca había visto eso. No sé qué sea y si se va a poner mejor. Le digo, todavía falta, mi estimado, todavía falta. Y yo creo que estamos viendo un poco ese reflejo en lo económico, pero bueno, las bolsas siguen subiendo y todo sigue subiendo. Y esto es lo importante. Ante la gran reacción y esto es un poco evidencia, ¿no? De dos cosas. Uno, no hubo reacción en el mercado, nada, a la baja ni a la alza de estos pésimos números de ventas. Tampoco hubo esa reacción con la guerra nuclear que se está armando Putin. Ya cuando las noticias empiezan a no pegarle al mercado, ahí es donde yo digo, ok, ¿por qué? ¿Por qué? Se me hace interesante. Y no es porque las noticias le peguen al mercado, es porque aprovechan las noticias para vender, para comprar, etcétera, y no lo están usando en este momento. Así que vamos a ver qué exactamente tienen planeado. Pero, como siempre, hoy es viernes de casino con el tío Salo. Aquí tengo a Farhan y Alex. Y por cierto, para todos ustedes, bola de degenerados que quieran entrar y tradear con nosotros, tradear futuros o ahora sí que lo que gusten. Vamos a platicar rápido de tradear futuros con nosotros. Cáiganle a la página. En la página, obviamente, pónganla en español. En español, no sé si estoy compartiendo mi pantalla. Sí, le vas a picar acá en Tutos y en Tutos te va a decir exactamente cómo puedes tradear en Bluffing, que son futuros de Bitcoin, de Solana, de Ethereum, todo esto. Es un video absolutamente gratis para quien lo quiera ver. Pones play, te enseña cómo depositar dinero en la cuenta, cómo usar tu cuenta de futuros, cómo operar, cómo mover dinero, etcétera. Y aquí abajo tiene el enlace directo a la página para que no te vean la cara de tonto. Así que muy importante, aquí tienes todo para los que quieran hacerlo. Y también tenemos a los que quieran entrar al Discord a platicar con más gente que esté aquí con nosotros todo el tiempo. Dense una vuelta al Discord, aquí está en el enlace de abajo. Es absolutamente gratis, no tienes que pagar nada y no te vamos a mandar mensajes, no te vamos a pedir dinero, no te vamos a decir que tenemos un gran deal, que te vamos a hacer dinero, no lo vamos a hacer, nada, 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 nada. Todo lo que hacemos es público para que sepan. Hay mucha gente que se mete a estafar a otros en esto, así que como en todo, ¿no? Como en YouTube también, en los comentarios de abajo es una mamada. Aquí tienen los análisis de Alex, todos los menús están a la izquierda, por cierto, súper fáciles una vez que le picas al Discord, todo acá lo tienes los de Farhan, tienes el chat general también, con todos los cracks, para apoyarte en lo que, ahora sí que lo que necesites, toda la comunidad, se los estoy echando a ustedes en los hombros, yo no quiero hacer nada, ustedes se encargan de todo. Tenemos también CryptoLingo, para si estás escuchando, estás aprendiendo y no entiendes algo, aquí tenemos todas las explicaciones en inglés y en español. Ven a compartir cuánto dinero estás haciendo. Bien, 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 bien. Vengan a pedir tablas. También tenemos noticias, tenemos preguntas, lo que necesiten. Aquí está la comunidad, está bastante chido, honestamente. Se lo recomiendo bastante. Pero sin más ni más, les traigo a estos cracks. Vámonos al casino del tío Salo. Tenemos al gran Farhan, al gran Alex por acá. My boys, how
Buenos días, muchachos.
Buenos días.
Good
How are you,
morning.
Alex?
Happy
Doing good.
Valentine's Day, fellas.
Yes.
I made it. I went to the store. By the way,
Did you?
the store opens at 6 in the morning. And I thought, I'm going to be the first guy there. It's 5:59.
Oh, no.
Like,
Oh.
I got this shit. Doors open, you get into a store and it's like all super bright fluorescent lighting, which is the best, like the biggest fuck you in the universe to your eyes. Walk in. I turn around. Everything on the flowers and all that stuff is on the left. And I just see a bunch of older men walking that way in front of me. I'm like, what? I thought I was going to be the first one. Thank God everything was still there. All good. We made it. But even the ladies that were like helping everyone with their flowers were like, ha, can you believe these guys? Everything is last minute. I'm like, you work here, bitch. You shouldn't be talking to us like that. Like,
You
what
should
the
be
fuck
grateful
is this?
that the last minute guys are there.
Yeah, what's going on right now? No, they were mocking all of the ladies in the flower thing were mocking all of us. I even walked out and I was like to the guy, man, that was a rough one. And he goes, I'm used to it. I've been married for 42 years. I do this every time. I'm like, all right, well, at least I'm not the only one.
I texted you guys beforehand, like a couple of days ago. I was like, now's the time to get your shopping done.
I don't want to hear about this, okay? I don't want to hear about this because I get too many people that tell me what to do and I will never change because I'm a fucking moron, Farhan. That's what I am.
Hey, I'm right there with you. Never change. I got my beautiful new headphones on.
Yeah, good for you. Happy Valentine's, baby. Happy Valentine's. Hey, we got requests already here, and I think we're going to open, believe it or not, BTC is the third one. So we're going to open with XRP, and I think the next one's Pfizer.
Pfizer.
FFIE. Is FFIE Pfizer? No.
No, I don't think so.
Let me see.
If it was Pfizer, I would have been like, sir, Fauci's out of the government.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
True Intelligent Electric is.
Oh, it's Faraday Friday. That's like a
so
meme
a
stuff.
scam, a literal scam.
It's a scam, Alex. I'm sorry, I have to say it.
I'll check.
But we're gonna start with Mr. Garlic Bread, who's in the house, and we're gonna do XRP, of course.
Faraday
The floor is
Future
yours.
was caught embezzling millions of dollars out of the company.
Dude, I told you that they told a friend of mine. I knew Faraday was bad because in 2018, I was having lunch with a friend of mine at Soho House, and he goes, bro, they offered me to be the CEO of Faraday. I'm like, you, sir, are basically unemployed. You've never had a job. Why would they offer you this? He goes, well, because I'm from certain place. I'm not going to say because maybe people will put it together. I'm from a certain place in the Middle East, and it seems like they're looking for someone local. And I go, dude, they want to put your name in there and leave you with all of the problems. Stay the fuck away. You have nothing to do with this.
And
indeed,
let me guess, they were paying him. They were paying him in stock and not cash.
I can't even remember if they were going to do that or not. He was just excited that they offered him like to be the CEO of a car company. I was like, that doesn't happen. Look at Ford. He can't do anything. They don't even call me. And I know a thing or two.
Yeah, companies like that are very slow to move.
And instead they have Peter Griffin.
And from the beginning, people are posting this on solidmargin.com. And from the beginning, I was like, yeah, this company's a scam. And people respond to me saying that I'm salty because I like Tesla.
Yeah. I mean, also Neo, there's many scam companies.
And because, I am one petty motherfucker, the second that it was posted that the CEO was embezzling millions of dollars out of the company, I posted it on there. And I was like, you still think it's a scam? I mean, you still think I'm salty?
Oh, by the way, we're pumping on horrible news.
So we'll start with the quarterly on XRP. Right now, XRP is looking like the most beautiful altcoin in the universe. There's a lot of altcoins. I've seen a good amount of altcoins, but no altcoins have ever has a chart like this. Many people are saying it. You have the most beautiful United States setup right here. You have Texas. You got Florida. You got the East. You got to make sure that's East. Yeah, that's East Coast right here. And we're currently over the breakout point at the 61.8%. Right now, that level's at $2.34. If we close over that level, momentum will remain to the upside within bullish control, and volatility is still going to be pointed up. Jewel will make its way to the bullish control zone, and we're likely get a move towards the 78.6. Right now, 78.6 is a little bit high. I'm not comfortable saying this number. I'm going to wait for the 78.6 to come down. I feel like it's a very high percentage chance this is going to come down before we reach it, because right now it's sitting at $21, and I'm not going to be that one guy who said XRP is going to go to $21, because it's kind of unlikely. A little bit more likely things to happen, like maybe inflation comes to 0 before XRP goes to $21. So I'll say the most I'm willing to say is it'll go to the 78.6. Whatever price that's at, it's in the air. That's how I cover my ass. On the monthly, we are getting a pretty strong bounce while momentum is trying to shift down. Still within bullish control, still technically shifted up. Volatility is also technically still up. And now we're strongly over this 5 EMA. As of right now, though, this candle is not the strongest closure. We'd want to see it close green if we want hope for continuation to the 88.3%. If this does close red like this, while it's over the 78.6%, what's likely to happen is to get a retest of that 78.6%. And that's where if we lose it, we likely get a deeper pullback. If we hold the 78.6% on the retest, then you're likely to go straight towards the 88.3. Right now, the 88.3 is right around $4 at $3.98. What's more likely if we close this candle red, though, is that we retest the 78.6%. And if momentum is still shifting down, we probably end up going deeper than there and going to retest this 9 EMA. Right now, the 9 EMA is sitting here somewhere around $1.73. We want to see the momentum shift down for that test of the 9 EMA to happen. Otherwise, we're likely to hold the 78.6%. And this is all assuming we close above it in the first place. If we close below the 78.6%, then you're just going to get that retest of the 9 EMA. 2-week momentum is already contracting, with volatility contracting, which is slightly bullish to see that momentum is down while volatility is contracting. And we are still holding this 5 EMA on every single retest. On this candles, we got a test of this 9 EMA. We got a strong spring right above this 5 once again. And for this entire rally, ever since we were somewhere around 50 cents, 49 cents, we have been holding this 5 EMA on a closing basis. So the fact that we're still holding it on a closing basis is a very good sign, telling us that what's been happening for the past couple of months, weeks, is likely to continue happening. And as long as we close over this 5 EMA, which is at $2.51, likely to get another retest at the 78.6, which will take us very close to our current all-time highs, right around $3.20. And at that point, momentum is going to start to flip back up. Volatility is going to start to flip back up. And we likely continue from there all the way to new all-time highs somewhere around $4. Weekly is already starting to shift back up on momentum, getting back into the bullish control zone. Volatility is still pointed up, not even close to being topped out yet, sitting at like 56%, while we are getting a bounce off the top 38.2% and a spring. Strong bounce at that. From wick low to close is about 35%. Pretty insane on one weekly candle. From wick low to wick high, about 57% on a weekly candle. That's the beauty of shitcoins. The most extreme roller coaster you'll ever take in the financial markets. And if we close over this 61.8% to be safe, right now that level is at $2.82. We're likely going to go somewhere around the 78.6, which is new all-time highs at around like $3.68. But probably maybe 1 cent higher, just because that fits my bias, for $3.69. At that point, momentum will likely be topped out somewhere around $3.68 to $3.69. likely pulls back a little bit, makes a double extreme towards $4, and then that's where we likely get the long form consolidation. Because $4 is going to be around psychological number. Probably a lot of people selling at $4. I could see somewhere around like a 2 to 3 week consolidation period after hitting $4. But eventually, then based off for higher term time frames, I expect it to continue $4. 5 days doing the same thing as the weekly, where momentum is starting to shift back up, very close to entering into the bullish control zone. Weekly has already done it. And on the volatility, we're starting to flip back up to just about to get over the moving average. This is a higher low, I believe. This one is $2.34. No divergence. My throat is very, very scratchy today.
You have to drink some of that Diet Coke ASAP.
Yeah, it's in the fridge. Go get it later. You already know I stay stocked up on the Coke Zero. Me and my president are in tune. We're like the same person, basically. Some people say we finish each other's sentences. On the 2-day, momentum is starting to flip back out of the bearish control zone, starting to flip back up, very close to going back into the positive, while volatility is starting to reset, sitting somewhere around 21%. And now the jewel is starting to curve back around too, starting to give us a neutral signal from a sell signal, almost going to the bearish control zone. If we start with the vertical line, wherever the jewel flipped from on the 2-day from a sell signal to a neutral signal, see what happens. All right, that should be enough. This is when the jewel flips from a sell signal into a neutral signal, and the move that plays out afterwards. About a 47% move, then a 52% move to the upside on this one. This one was not much. About 18%. I guess it's something, but when it's a shitcoin, 18% to the upside, and then it ended up going just below the entry point. This one was pretty massive. About 486% to the upside on this one. This one would have paid for the jewel like 10 times over. And this one was also 40%. So as it shows, the jewel flipping around from sell to neutral is quite significant. And if we were to take the minimum of 18% and apply it to the upside from here, that brings us towards somewhere around our current all-time highs, where the all-time highs are around $3.40, and this would bring us to somewhere around $3.25. If you were to take the middle move of 40%, that takes us to new all-time highs.
Here we go.
Hey, that's around $3.80. Pretty close to $3.69, but a little bit far off. I'm not even going to bother doing the 400% because that's not very likely at all.
Thank you.
Let's just say 487% would take us somewhere around $11.
And then that dude on that show that I keep telling you about fucking was absolutely right.
On r/XRP, the two numbers they throw around is $11 and $21.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say this because then it'll happen and I'll have to do it. I was going to say I will eat my sock if XRP goes to $21.
Yeah, me too. There's no doubt. That sounds insane. Just
I'd
mathematically.
probably do it if it goes to $11.
I think 6. I mean, past 6 would be
pretty unlikely.
Yeah.
Even thinking 6 seems
it's ridiculous in my view. Yeah. I
have to respect what the data tells me, even
exactly.
if I think it's retarded or not.
Even if it doesn't fit your bias. Sometimes.
Although a lot of things fit my bias, so I'm biasing all over the screen.
Exactly.
Gotta clean the screen from all this bias. On the daily, momentum is starting to flip back into the bullish control zone. Volatility is now flipped back up once again. The one piece of worrying data, though, is that momentum right here is higher than it is in all of this area, but price is making a lower high. So there is a possibility of hidden bearish divergence being confirmed in this point. The way to confirm that divergence is going to be to close below. It's going to be a little difficult. $2.32. You will confirm hidden bearish divergence, and then you're very likely going to break these quick lows and go somewhere around this 97.5%, around like $1.65, which is also the low we've been mentioning for the past couple of streams. If this low were to break somewhere around $1.60 to $1.65, and that's going to be the critical area for the bulls to flip it back around, or this shit's probably fucked. If that divergence doesn't confirm, the way to invalidate that the possibility of that divergence is going to be to close above $2.79. You close above $2.79, that divergence will not confirm, and we're very likely to be testing our current all-time highs. The daily for a second, and the daily is now on the jewel starting to flip back around just within the bearish control zone, starting to give a buy signal as well. It'll be marked with a vertical line every time the jewel has done that on the daily. Let's move this a little bit to break up the buy signal. Come on. This one's not going to be as significant because it just flipped back very quickly, but it should still be a respectable move. Let's see. Oh, this caught literally almost the entire move. 46%. Uh-oh. This one was kind of a failure. Yeah, this one definitely failed. Because you got a move up of about 6.3% before a move down of about 13%. So that one's definitely a failure.
Just like what my mom calls me.
You too?
Well played.
24.62% on this one. And just like no indicator is magic, there is going to be a failure or two, just like that one that we just saw. But then to make up for the failures, you're going to get ones like this.
Mm-hmm.
Crown better give me a commission with how much I'm shilling this jewel. 400.
I didn't realize the jewel was also Crown's.
Yeah. This was one of the first ones that he released, because he had this made for his own trading, and then because he didn't want to give it out to basically everybody and have it work less effective for him, he put it at a pretty high price, so less people would buy it.
Oh, good for him.
And it used to be more expensive. It used to be somewhere around $2,500. Now it's like $1,700.
It's still fucking ridiculous. I'll watch you use it though.
The idea is that less people buy it.
Yeah, of course.
Because it's a digital product. You can just sell it for whatever price.
Mm-hmm.
And all they have to do is input your TradingView username to grant you access.
What a business.
Right? I think we know something or two about that. And then from this one, another 41% to the upside. So the smallest move we've seen was about 28%. If you were to apply that 28%, brings us perfectly to our current all-time highs. If you apply 41%, brings us to the same $3.80 area. I'm not going to bother with the 455% because it's a little unreasonable. I'm not trying to deal that much opium. Momentum on the 4-hour is getting a little extreme. Volatility is getting a little high, especially while we're at resistance, tapping the 95% on the HPDR, making it very low probability of a continuation from here. What's more likely that's going to happen is probably a pullback, which will likely take us down somewhere around this. I would say 5 EMA, but now that I see 4 hours freshly silver crossing, like literally right now, I would say it'll move down to the 9 EMA. What I like to see is the 9 is clustered right around this 100. So this is a fresh breakout after projecting the 100 and consolidating here, then breaking strongly above it. It would be nice to get a perfect retest of that 100, retest this 9 EMA on the silver cross, and then send us up. And that would also give time for the HBR ranges to step up as well. And that would put us somewhere roughly around $2.60. That would be the next very, very high probability long area. It's long, somewhere around $2.60 with your stop loss at this wick low, $2. Yeah, right around $2.53, $2.52, your stop loss. Your risk is 260. 2.3% to the upside, versus if that's a major low and it takes you to all-time highs at 330 or 340, it's about a 31% move to the upside. Pretty good risk to reward. What's pretty cool is whenever I mention stuff like that, and I don't really expect people to be taking it seriously, and then a week later somebody will tag me on Discord and they actually took the trade.
Was it a short?
Long on XRP at 260. Stop loss at 252. Nothing on the quarterly. It would be very nice if we also had the quarterly hidden bullish divergence like Bitcoin does. Maybe one day we'll have enough data on XRP to be able to use the yearly chart, but that'll be when it's the future of France.
Yeah, by then it's going to be too late. Macron's going to be all over it. Also, his husband. Yeah.
His husband.
You know, the old dude with the dresses.
And at that point, like you're not really going to need a chart. All you're going to need to know is up.
That's right.
Lower low. Is it a higher low? 0.05088. It is indeed a higher low, giving us hidden bullish divergence on the 5-day, although I can't give you any targets because we're already within the critical zone, so it's too bullish for me to give you a target. That 2-week candle is insane.
Yeah. What a hammer.
Wick low to wick high of 57.8%. Good Lord. You can literally catch one move on an altcoin if you have the right setup, and in 2 weeks you can do all of your trading for the year. 2 weeks still has active 3 drives of bullish divergence. Basically the only target I can give you from here is the critical zone, which is at $3.25, just below our current all-time highs. 2-week has started to contract on volatility, so from here I would be looking for that double extreme. Confirmation of the double extreme to the upside is going to be just below our all-time highs, closing over $3.36.5. That'll likely send us up towards the 4s. And people may be thinking that 4s is not really that much of a move from $3.40, but that's going to be because volatility is already pretty high. Maybe you can see a move into the low to mid 4s, but I find it a hard time seeing much beyond that. Weekly does have confirmed bearish divergence off of these 2 highs. It'll invalidate if we close above $2.79. So again, pretty close. That'll take us up towards the simple moving average, which right now is at, beautiful number of $4.69. Also fits my bias of around low to mid fours. A confirmation of continuation on the divergence is going to be a close below $1.76. That would give us a retest of this 21 EMA, which right now is sitting at around $1.95. That'll be another very high probability long area if we do get that $1.95 retest, because then you could put your stop loss at 176. Would be kind of tight, and then you would be targeting these current highs. Lose this 176 area, then you're probably going to come down to the 55. This is going to rise. I am expecting it to be somewhere around $1.50 when it actually does hit, because that's a very important support area. But as of right now, it's sitting somewhere in the high 130s. And we are getting volatility contraction alongside that bearish divergence, which does make it less impactful than if you were to get bearish divergence with volatility expansion. Because this bearish divergence is likely to just lead into a higher low, which we do have so far around. Plus what that gives you in the opposite hand, when you get bearish divergence in an uptrend on declining volatility, is that usually you'll get a possible hidden bullish divergence after the bearish divergence ends, which we do have right now. Momentum has dropped below all of these lows while making a higher low. So if the same number to invalidate the bearish divergence is $2.79, we close above that, that'll confirm our hidden bullish divergence on the weekly. And that'll send us towards our current all-time highs, probably new all-time highs. The technical number would be that 469 area. Technicals love entertaining numbers.
Yeah, because it's a simulation.
Indeed. The 5-day is already starting to form that weekly that we were looking for the hidden bullish divergence. The 5-day will confirm it if we close above $2.57. That will give us hidden bullish divergence. Oh, fuck. Why won't it stop? There we go. That will give us hidden bullish divergence and then our double extreme, because we are starting to get very close to another expansion on the volatility. Confirm that hidden bullish divergence, get a double extreme. The original bias is going to continue to play out, where XRP contracts a little bit off of this current all-time high, confirms hidden bullish divergences, puts in the double extreme somewhere around the low to mid fours, then gets a consolidation period where volatility resets, then tries for the sixes. And the first target off of this hidden bullish divergence is going to be somewhere around the a simple moving average and then the critical zone. Right now, the simple moving average is at $5.86. The critical zone is $6.08. Fits my bias. 3-day is forming 3 tries of hidden bullish divergence. It will confirm if we close over $2.52 or $2.53. And we are we already have a double extreme, so we're working on first extreme right now. And this would likely send us up towards first target would be somewhere around $3.17. And after that, if you get, that's just below our current all-time highs of 340. You close over $3.17, though, then the divergence will take you towards the critical zone. Right now, it's at 589. Previous number was what, 586? Let me check. Sometime today, 586. Yep. Same, just 3 cents off. 2-day as well as forming hidden bullish divergences. To confirm, you would have to. This one's going to be a little bit high. You'd have to close above around $2.95. That would give you a pretty significant hidden bullish divergence because you're getting it within the bearish control zone. Likely sending you up towards the critical zone. Bullish control zone. Right now, that number is sitting at new all-time highs at 394. We get a close over that area that takes you into the sixes. This is very close to my $6.30 area. It's $6.48. Daily as well as forming hidden bullish divergences. To confirm it, you'd have to close above about $3.21. Takes you to the critical zone. Right now, the critical zone is sitting at $5.64. There is some slight hidden bearish divergence forming on the 4-hour. It would confirm if we close below $2.53. So that would also be the invalidation of that long that I just gave out at this retest of this 9 EMA at around 260. So not only would you be sweeping these lows, you'd also be confirming hidden bearish divergence, giving you high probability of retesting this quick low around $1.76. Likely fails because of all the liquidity in this area and takes us towards 160s. Ding!
Oh, I was just about to do it.
Half a step ahead of you.
Yeah, clearly. First the Valentine's things and now this. Great. This is just great.
6 month. Always funny to look at the 6 month because it's mostly for the lulls, because we're pointed up as long as we're above 44 cents. And this is literally just 2 6-month candles. I'm just curious. 788% in less than a year. 3 months. Volatility is expanding from the lowest level it's ever been, 67%. So it's still not even close to being topped out, especially when this puts in 1 periods of 100% volatility. Momentum is about to make its way into the bullish control zone and is pointed up above $1. Monthly is getting kind of high, still not extremes yet, still not to 100%, and this thing likes to do double extremes. And we're very close to making our way into the critical zone, and we're pointed up above 196. 2 week is starting to contract. We're very close to getting that double extreme, so we should be looking for right now. Right now, while volatility is contracting, momentum is pointed down, and it's going to point down as long as we're below $3.01. But once it goes down towards this area, right around the edge of the bullish control zone, this number is going to change. And what we're looking for, if you're bullish, is for this number to drop significantly. If that does happen, then we likely move rather quickly into the fours. And what the bulls do like to see is the candle that's forming right now in the 2 week while volatility is contracting and momentum is pointed down. This does make it high probability this pivot is going to drop significantly. Weekly is already getting that volatility contraction very close to the reset point, and then double extreme after that. And momentum is still pointed down as long as you're below $2.94. 5 days very close to that double extreme. Right now, momentum is still pointed down, and it's going to be down below 325. And if we do close below this, right now, this number of $2.26 on a 5 day, this momentum is likely to get the double extreme to the downside, and that'll take us towards 160s. 2 days starting to flip back up right now, and we're rejecting the bearish control zone, and we're going to flip up as long as we close over $2.44. Let's see, where did this go? Higher low. No divergence. Daily is as well starting to flip back up, rejecting the bearish control zone and pointed up above $2.30. 4 hours as well is pointed up with volatility expansion as long as you're above $2.65. Stop doing that. All right, so all of the high time frames are MXRP, or garlic bread, are still very bullish. The quarterly has that funny pivot of 44 cents. I mean, the 6 month, and the quarterly has a pivot of $1. The monthly has a pivot of $1.96. They're all not even at the first extreme yet, let alone a double extreme. What's likely to happen, and they're all putting in, like the weekly and the 5 day are putting in hidden bullish divergence, is that those divergences confirm. It takes us up towards somewhere around that $4, mid $4 area, which our volatility would hit extremes on the monthly on the first extreme. And then my bias is we end up getting long form consolidation from there, several weeks, maybe a few months, while the volatility on the monthly can contract a little bit. Then we get the double extreme towards the sixes, and that's our cycle top. Right now, the invalidation of the immediate bounce is if we get a close below $2.26. Then we're very likely to get the double extreme on volatility to the downside, and that'll take us towards 160s. If the 160 to 150 area fails to hold, we're likely to erase the entirety of this rally and go somewhere around 60 cents, which at that point is going to be kind of hard to argue that the cycle top is not in if we're trading back at 60 cents. And That's a scenario to the downside if we lose 226. If we close over our current all-time highs, then we likely quickly move towards around $4 first. And then eventually, because of our high time frame hidden bullish divergences, that takes us up towards somewhere around $6. It can go up or down.
It can absolutely go up or down. Well said, sir. Thank you. Fuck. Look at this. Look at this fucking chart. By the way, did Bitcoin? Oh, no. Bitcoin is just still in the 96,400. Just fucking with everyone. Did it go up like crazy before? No. 97. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think XRP might be outperforming Bitcoin.
Yeah, at least leading it right
because
now.
It's the most beautiful cryptocurrency of all time.
Satoshi, you're gonna love your XRPs.
Satoshi was talking about XRP.
Who?
Satoshi was actually talking about XRP.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was. Indeed, he was. He told me.
Alrighty, boys. Vamos a hacer XRP. Vamos a darle una visita al futuro de las finanzas en el escenario global, como todo el mundo dice. XRP en este momento está cotizando en $2.70. Nada mal. Podemos ver en la diaria cómo ha estado rangueando justamente por encima de nuestro nivel del 1.95 hasta un tope de por acá del 3.3. Simplemente este es el rango que tiene dos rangos, ¿no? La parte baja del rango, que básicamente la podría, en realidad la deberías de traer para acá. Es más o menos casi la media del mismo rango. Esto es personalmente lo que voy a hacer en este momento. La razón por qué es porque una vez que pasas esta zona y puedes ver los golpes que dan para arriba y hasta dónde te lleva, y también cuando la pierdes puedes ver exactamente en dónde acabas. Lo bueno de XRP es que ha estado creando mínimos más altos, menos este Wikazo, pero esto es un shitcoin, por lo que son más difíciles de tradear que cualquier otra cosa, y estás creando nuevos altos. Ahora mismo estás en un periodo justamente de indecisión, básicamente en medio del rango, pero continúas esta tendencia alcista. Vamos a analizar XRP desde la trimestral para empezar esto rico, como diría Will Smith con Mark Anthony. Lo primero que vamos a notar es volatilidad. Recuerden para todos ustedes que soy un imbécil que siempre pinto, así que discúlpenme. Además de recordar eso, también quiero recordarles, este es nuestro indicador que usamos de volatilidad, el BBWP. Es gratuito en los indicadores de TradingView para que lo tengan ahí en mente. Venimos de 1, 2, 3 periodos de extremo. Recuerda, cada uno son 3 meses, o sea, literalmente 9 meses en extremos. Después caímos al punto más bajo de la historia y ahora estamos expandiendo. La volatilidad es la línea de colores, el promedio es la blanca y estamos expandiendo el punto más bajo al que llegó en esta tabla y ahora estamos en 67.39%. Todos los números vienen aquí a la derecha. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? La expansión de esta volatilidad nos ha dado este tipo de movimientos, este tipo de velas tan enormes y potentes, lo que nos dice que esta volatilidad, siempre y cuando continúe expandiendo, debería más que nada, tiene la mayor probabilidad de seguir empujando el precio, tal cual como lo estamos viendo en este momento. Eso es la trimestral. Ya saben ustedes, estamos también aparte creando altos más altos en general, bajos más altos en todos lados, aunque XRP la juega bastante misteriosa, ¿no? Con todos estos bajitos más altos, pero poquito. Pero también había jugado esto, lo que a mí me hace pensar que estos ciclos de, a veces las altcoins podrían tener ciclos de 8 años, porque hace 4 años, en el 2021, literalmente no pudimos pasar de este punto. Y ahora sí lo estamos haciendo. Así que solamente un dato interesante para tener en mente. Un dato cultural antes que nada, ¿no? Güey, vean esta vela, qué asco. Qué absoluta locura de vela. Es una vela de 53% de tamaño, por cierto. Si la agarras abajo o arriba, es enorme. Y esto simplemente es una tomada de liquidez agresiva. Eso quiere decir que todo el mundo se subió en long y aquí el precio llegó hasta acá abajo para eliminar a toda la gente que entró hasta, básicamente, si no entraste antes de los 1.7, XRP te eliminó con esta vela si estabas en long. Así que, aunque hayas entrado, tu única cosa es, si entraste por acá en el 1.2, 1.4, estás en long y tuviste todo esto, aguantaste. Pero si entraste aquí arriba en 1.9, te eliminó. Es como la idea, ¿no? Intentar sacar a la mayor cantidad de gente posible de todos los trades. Es lo que hacen todos los mercados. Obviamente muy por encima del promedio del 9, está en 1.722, lo que es bastante bueno. Eso nos dice y nos enseña dónde está el verdadero apoyo de precios. Sabemos que siempre y cuando estemos por encima del 9 en la mensual, consideramos que estamos en una tendencia alcista a largo plazo. También estamos viendo volatilidad expander, pero se está volteando para abajo. Esto es para mantener y tomar nota para ver qué exactamente está pasando en lo que voltea para abajo, y parece ser simplemente una corrección para después continuar su empuje a la alza. Vamos a poner el HPDR para empezar a ver niveles y qué es lo que estamos buscando, aunque ya saben que yo no soy gran fanático de objetivos a largo plazo en la mensual, simplemente para ver dónde estamos parados. Bueno, básicamente nuestra línea meme ahora con el movimiento coincide también con la zona del 78.6%. Si podemos aguantar por encima del 2.72 en los siguientes 14 días y 9 horas, vamos a tener una buena probabilidad de ir a los $3.9. Pero de perder esta zona, primer objetivo sería tu promedio del 9, que está en este momento en el 1.72. Y pueden ver que estamos perdiendo la zona, está entrando en esto. Pero de nuevo, faltan 14 días y 9 horas para cerrar esta vela, así que no se me preocupen todavía. Se van a preocupar, preocúpate después, brother. Oye, preocúpate por tu vida, brother, no la mía. Ok, después habíamos estado en extremos. Esto fue, me parece que el 95%, si no estoy equivocado, correcto. El rechazo, el 95%. Vemos que esto ya empezó a subir agresivamente, lo pueden ver de aquí a acá. Y en lo que estamos viendo eso, también estamos viendo la volatilidad contrayendo. ¿Dónde está contrayendo la volatilidad? Denme un segundo. Acá lo que nos dice que este movimiento simplemente podría ser, o más probablemente es consolidación. Y aquí justamente, ¿qué es lo que estamos buscando? No perder el 2.1 sería crítico, que es donde está nuestro promedio del 9 en la de 2 semanas. Poder aguantar. Si aguantamos esto, tenemos alta probabilidad de un retesteo en el 3.19. De perder esta zona en el 1.5, pues el 61.8%, ahí diríamos nosotros que muy probablemente todo esto se acabó. Pero hay demasiadas cosas que pueden pasar. Todavía faltan 2 días, 9 horas para cerrar esta vela y por ahora se ve bastante alcista, favoreciendo llegar al 3.19 antes que a la parte de abajo o mínimo al 9. Vamos a la semanal. Semanal estamos viendo un poco de lo mismo, ya más relajado nuestra semanal. Habíamos estado en 95% en esta zona con esos rechazos, pero volvimos acá en la zona azul. Bien, nos rescatamos, estamos apoyándonos el promedio del 9 y ahorita estamos justamente entre el 50 y el 61.8%. De tener un cierre semanal en 2 días y 9 horas por encima del 2.82, vamos a tener una buena probabilidad de ir a buscar el 3.6, crear un nuevo máximo histórico. De perder la zona del 2.41, podríamos ir a visitar la media que está en los $2 o tal vez hasta el promedio del 21 en el 1.9, que también coincide con nuestra línea meme de soporte por acá. Y eso nosotros pensaríamos que aguantaría. De no aguantar, tienes la parte baja de la zona azul que está en 1.75. Y ya, si eso no aguanta, pues, carnal, se te acabó, ¿no? Se te acabaron las cosas. También venimos de extremos, la volatilidad está contrayendo, está en 57.54%, lo que nos sugiere que probablemente está preparando otro movimiento pronto. Bueno, no pronto, pero relativamente pronto. Vamos a acercarnos a la de 5 días. 5 días podemos ver, estamos de nuevo por encima de la zona azul, peleándonos para poder vencer el 50%, de poder cerrar por encima del 278, vamos a tener un buen vuelo casi gratuito a los 3 y de ahí una gran probabilidad de ir a visitar los 3.7, que sigue ese siendo más o menos por ahí el objetivo 3.7, 3.8 por ahora del movimiento que lleva con todo lo que se está dando en la tabla. Además, volatilidad tiene cara de que quiere ir a pintar un doble extremo en la de 5 días, que es un doble extremo, volatilidad va por encima del promedio y vuelves a crear más barras estilo estas. Eso sería un doble extremo en volatilidad y eso nos apoyaría porque este movimiento de volatilidad es a la alza a poder llegar a nuestros objetivos en el 3.7, 3.8 o, como dice la gente loca, hasta casi el 6. Personalmente, se me hace bastante agresivo eso. Por ahora mínimo, el 3-4 es bastante realista, simplemente los movimientos que se está dando con el momentum que trae detrás, todas las divergencias alcistas, etcétera. La de 3 días podemos ver, tenemos nuestro promedio 9 en los 2.6, en los 2.64. Estamos intentando regresar a la zona azul. Queremos entrar a la zona azul 2.78. De poder hacerlo, vamos a ir a buscar la media que está en 3.02 y de ahí a una vez más nuestra línea meme que coincide con la parte alta de la zona azul en el 3.34. Ahí lo que tenemos que esperar es que en 8 horas y 29 minutos podemos cerrar, y aquí pueden empezar a tomar nota casi en el 278. Si podemos cerrar por encima de 278, bastante alcista. La cosa es de cerrar por debajo del 2, que es 270, vas a probablemente venir a buscar tu promedio del 21, que está en los 250, y de no aguantar el 78.6% en 2.3. Si eso no aguanta, vamos a ver objetivos un poco más a la baja. Pero por ahora no hay tantas cosas diciéndonos que no. En la diaria podemos ver, retomamos la zona azul. Casi cada que retomamos la zona azul hay un zampompazo, y es lo que estaríamos esperando. Volatilidad está contrayendo en lo que estamos viendo esto. Rápidamente quiero acercarme un poco más. Y yo creo que la diaria te canta la perfecta fotografía, bastante sencilla, y ahorita lo vamos a disecar para simplificarlo enfrente de todos ustedes. La diaria, estamos ante nuestra resistencia meme, que está en 278. Nos encantaría mínimo hoy poder cerrar por encima de los 262. 263 pondría yo. Cerrando por arriba de 263, 2.8 y 3.19 son los siguientes objetivos que vamos a tener con XRP. Y ahí les va esto. Bastante sencillo. Pierdes tus promedios, que esto es gratis para todo el mundo y lo pueden ver. Pierdes estos promedios y te llevas este bajo en 2.2 a la baja, vas a venir perdón, no 2.2 a la baja. Pierdes los promedios y tienes un cierre por debajo del 2.4, vas a venir a visitar el promedio del 100 en los 2.2. Si no te aguanta el 2.2, 1.39, y de ahí esta cosa se cocinó, ¿ok? Esto es muy importante. Si pierdes el 1, básicamente este wick para abajo, empezaría a verse la cosa muy mal. Por ahora, estando por encima de tu promedio del 9, 21, 55 y 34, esto te dice con bastante certeza que tienes más probabilidades a la alza. Aquí es donde tienen que poner atención. Aquí hay una resistencia importante y pueden usar estas velas para poner esa línea meme y poder darse cuenta dónde está la resistencia. Arriba de esta resistencia vienes a la parte alta, al 3.2. Abajo de esta resistencia tienes probabilidad de más consolidación o el bajón. Y aquí es donde tienes que poner atención. No hay una entrada todavía acá ni para un long ni para un short en este momento. Estamos justamente en medio. Tu invalidación podría ser tranquilamente el 2.2, que es un movimiento gigantesco. Estamos hablando de qué por ciento para invalidar esto. No, 16%, no. Y para hacerle un corto, podrías en esta zona y poner tu máximo acá. Es lo único que podrías, pero tienes una gran probabilidad simplemente por dónde está el precio de que lo rompa a la alza. Así que por ahora no hay trade en XRP, se ve bien, sigue en estructura alcista, nada se ha roto, está retomando niveles importantes y tiene cara de dar continuación a la alza. Así que vamos a ver esos objetivos en 3.3, 3.5, 3.8, hasta los $4 pronto en XRP. Vamos a ver Faraday Friday, que es la acción de meme estos días, con el buen Alex, y en lo que yo les pongo el
nice
loguito. Okay. Ready, sir.
Nice chart here. These are always fun. Let's take a look. Yeah, so I mean, this chart has been heavily sold down. I mean, it's very obvious to see that. When you get to these basically extreme lows of the chart, you're not really working with a lot here. So ideally right now, what we see is the 5-day is trying to get back above the EMA 9. This is important because this EMA 9 on the 5 days been solidly rejecting us since we lost it here in May of 2024. So it's going to be ideal for bulls to essentially hold that, but then most importantly, hold in this range here. I have support at $1.53 and resistance right around $2.09. So as long as we stay in this range, that's all it's going to be. For now, since we are at resistance, it would be wise to be gauging another pullback right around that $1.55 region. But you should, in my opinion, be gauging that as an opportunity as long as we hold above specifically that daily 9. We see here volatility from extreme lows is now starting to expand, giving essentially bulls the upper hand as long as they do close above that daily 9. They have the upper hand of going up a lot higher. If we go and throw the SMA 100 on the daily, why this is interesting to me is on this chart, you can just simply see that SMA 100 on the daily does not like to get reclaimed. I mean, I could just keep going up, and it's just still going to be far from price. But one thing to note here is we can see when this rally really started to occur back in 2024, what got reclaimed? Well, it was that SMA 100 on the daily. We were above all the moving averages, reclaimed the SMA 100, and you can see upon that reclaim that acted almost like a spring, launching price a lot higher, closer to that daily EMA 100. So it's important to note because we're essentially right now trying to actually flip that into support. Price did open above it. So again, just plays into, you could definitely see a pullback into next week. Ideally, though, you're going to want to see this SMA 100 hold on the daily. Now, that doesn't mean, because the stock is very volatile, that doesn't mean that we can't easily hold it today and then into Monday possibly get a wick down, tap the actual daily 9 again before going back up. As long as bulls don't lose that SMA 100, they're going to be more likely of a chance to just test the highs again right at $2.06. It's not until we actually get dailies back above, call it $2.07, where we'll actually have a chance to actually test the $2.60 rate region. That's going to be important again because that $2.08 on the 2 days is represented by that EMA 34 on the 2 day. We get back above that, but then also basically getting back above support here. I mean, it'll just greatly open the chance of us actually breaking out from here. Next target's $2.60, but you see these wick highs here. Definitely could start seeing price actually test these wick highs, assuming first we get back above that EMA 34. One thing to note is we see that 2 days now shifted gears. We have BBWP fully reset again, and it's even at 0%. So this is telling me that, this is giving us a nice setup here. You can see from the last 2 days setup, it really occurred once we got back above first that EMA 21 while even reclaiming the 9. That gave us a nice move to the 34. You can see into today, we're actually going to reclaim that 21. So again, just ties into possibly into next week. If you get a pullback, you want to be gauging that as an opportunity. And then your resistance will be wherever that 2-day EMA 34 goes. We start really reclaiming that, then, with volatility this low on the 2-day, we definitely could start seeing higher. But until then, you definitely don't want a long resistance. Right now, it's kind of in a no trade zone because it can go either which way, in my opinion. Especially when we look at the daily. I mean, daily's still looking good, and we have volatility expanding. But I definitely think we should get actual confirmation that this SMA 100 is going to hold. And in order to get confirmation, we need multiple closures above, preferably 2 to 3. You can see here, we reclaimed it, we lost it, we reclaimed it, we held it. On the third one, we lost it. So that's why 2 to 3 generally would be a good sign for me that that's bullish consolidation. But this chart again is just like on the lower time frames looking okay. But I mean, if you just start really going to like a monthly, a 2 week, actually just starts looking terrible. Where is that monthly 9? No way it's all the way up. Oh, wow. Well, yeah, the monthly 9 actually did populate. It's all the way at $95. So that just off the bat just shows you how weak this chart is. And yes, we can get little pumps, especially at this extreme low that we're at on the chart. But I was wondering where the hell is the monthly EMA 9? And well, it just is so far away from price. That would be insane if we actually had another test of this, essentially. Do you think the 2 week looks a little cleaner, though? You can even see here, just on that 2 week pump up, essentially, it really didn't change much. The hopium now is just, again, that this 2 week 9 can keep moving down and match closer to wherever that, resistance is, solidifying more of that big move up if we start really getting back above that 255 level. But we'd still need consolidation here and chop. That way that 2 week EMA 9 actually shifts down while BBWP continues to just reset. But yeah, I mean, this isn't bullish by any means. You definitely can play the range, of course, and it's a very big range, and that's why I'm really just sticking to the daily, because if you start going to the higher time frames, it really just becomes very bearish here. And even to shift the trend, let's go to the 2 week here, right? Shifting the 2-week trend, right? The macro trend, it's very hard. I often say when charts get these major squeezes up, which remember from current price action, we're talking about the last lower high being 149% move up. So what that tells me is in order to shift this trend, price would need to go up 149%. Just makes it very hard for bulls to actually do that. That's why on the flip side right now, I'm personally just watching for us to get a pullback into next week. As long as we hold above $1.55, I will be gauging that as just bullish, and then we at least can start working with these levels. As long as support holds, though, then we can just be playing this range. And it is a pretty big range. I mean, this range here is 34 to 35%. So it's definitely actionable. But now if we throw the HPDR on, go to the daily. Let me throw the SMA 100 off real quick. Sweet. Where's the median? Okay, so the median, we did open up above it. We've been holding it solidly. Prices, like I said, in that daily breakout posturing. But even here, if you come all the way down, and let's assume that today these actually shift up. So maybe the 38.2% come closer to wherever that 61.8% is now. Again, just ties into that would be pretty bullish. Often when you break out from a level that's been held down for a while, longs kind of go in premature here. They start getting horny, and then, price obviously reverts down, tests 34, something that was solid resistance for a while, gets the back test, and then that's when we can start potentially looking for another move up to $2.08. So I'd be more in the camp of that. I mean, we're already at the 88.3% on the daily. We can see we've already, shot up, filled some of that gap there. It would make sense to see some kind of consolidation, if not pullback here. So that's kind of what I'm going to be on the camp on. As long as we're above 155, though, this will be theoretically, this will have a chance to at least go back up to the twos. But then remember, $2.08 is going to be quite important. If we just simply reject that, then we can obviously go back to the bottom of the range, start reclaiming that, though. It'll start looking okay for possibly a bigger move up to the 260s. But remember, I mean, this isn't a macro downtrend, and to break the last lower high, you would need a 140, 150% move. So, play the volatility. It's definitely there, but don't get too lost in the sauce, because by any means, this chart isn't too bullish. I mean, in my opinion, it obviously can squeeze up, and we're seeing that. But as long as, I mean, even the median's at like $4.50, there really is just nothing bullish about this.
But we'll see. Meme chart. Just so you know, that's why there's not a lot of sense that you can make off of it. Like this became a meme stock.
I see. That makes sense then. But yeah, I mean, that's all I really have on this. It's not too bullish. It's like you're just ideally going to try to reclaim the $2.08 and then hold that. But if we just keep rejecting that, then we can just range here for a while. So that's all I really have on this. It definitely looks like a meme chart. What was the all-time high here?
Dude, it's insane.
Maybe the real meme was the gains the whole way, all along the way.
The frenzy made all the way down in the community of FFIE. That's wow, that's crazy. It's worth almost $250,000. And now it's worth $1.79. So there's definitely better things to play, guys. But yeah, that's all I have really. Watch the daily. It's in a range. You start losing that 155, not good. So you start really losing, especially on a daily 155. It's just gonna then start, looking like we're gonna probably go back down to at least $1.20, if not lower. Especially if we start losing this 155, it'll put us back under the moving averages with volatility expanding. You'd have to really start questioning if, this is just going to churn into, if we go to the 5-day real quick, just some kind of lower high here. So just be mindful of that. Not a good chart.
I think this was the company that had the deal with Nevada for like a factory. And then after the CEO was embezzling money in the state, shut them down.
Could be. I mean, they not a lot of people remember this, but we were talking about the gigantic electric car bubble and how lots of these companies were not real companies and they were just making shit up. And this was one of them, along with Fisker. But Fisker does put up a better show. Gotta give it to him. I think he's got a hot daughter or something. So everyone's like, all right, I'll buy a Fisker if I can impress your daughter, and then maybe take her out for some lunch and then feed her some delicious.
They look good. They look pretty good. That's what at least he's got that going for him. Is that they look pretty good.
Oh, he's got that and millions of dollars in his houses. He just doesn't have a business that's real. But
when most people see a Fisker driving on the road, they don't know you can buy one of those for like $40K.
40, dude, they gotta be like $8,000 right now, like the new ones.
Probably
they were
$10,000
not that long ago.
The newest one. The last I saw, like it was like about a year and a half ago that the Karma Rivero was somewhere around like $46K.
Oh, by the way, whoever buys those cars, God bless those people. God bless.
They renamed from Fisker to Karma.
Yeah, and they haven't learned anything.
Forget about all the fraud that Fisker did. We're not them. We're Karma.
Oh, we're the good guys. Okay, we're doing Bitcoin right after. So, cool. There we go. I'm going to be quick, just so you know, just like all the time. There is not a lot to look at in here. All righty. Vale. Vamos a ver. ¿Cómo se llama esta chingadera? Faraday Future Intelligent Electric. Esta empresa es una acción de meme, ¿ok? Este es el problema y lo voy a hacer rápido porque no puedes analizar memes. Este es el tipo de acción que ha visto esta acción. Son trimestrales. El tope está en $200,000 y estamos cotizando en $1.80, para que tengan una idea de esto. Esto totalmente se volvió una acción de meme. Era una empresa de coches eléctrica, entre comillas, completamente un fraude gigantesco. Y ahora la gente, por alguna razón en GME y todas estas cosas en Reddit, están tradeando esta cosa y tiene pops. Y al tener pops es lo que le llama la atención a toda la gente y por eso todo el mundo lo está haciendo. Porque te quieres meter en uno de estos, ¿no? ¿Y por qué te quieres meter en uno de estos? Velo, hubieras comprado acá y te vas a este tope, estás hablando de 358%. Es más, no te vayas tan lejos, compraste aquí abajo y vendiste acá, estás hablando 380%. Es un poco de lo mismo y esto es lo que le llama mucho la atención a la gente, pero son imposibles de analizar este tipo de tablas, imposibles. Y la razón por qué es porque no hay absolutamente ningún fundamento más allá de un Reddit board que dice compren, vendan. ¿Ok? Esto está bastante fácil. Se los voy a poner en la de 3 días. Yo creo que es la mejor forma de verla, en mi opinión. Tengo mis líneas meme por acá. Lo pueden ver en el 364, 241, 187 y .9842, que es el mínimo más bajo que ha llegado a hacer. La razón por la que la gente está probablemente emocionada es por esto, porque esto es obviamente una tendencia alcista. Estás creando nuevos altos, estás creando mínimos más altos y eso te dejaría pensar que esto va a tremendamente explotar a la alza una vez más y darte otra de esas oportunidades. Una vez más, solamente para que vean de aquí al tope. Parece que lo que le encanta hacer a Faraday es darte 300 y cacho % en cada subidongo. Pero después de cada subidongo hay un gran caidongo que le sigue. Así que tenemos que poner atención. Tengo mi promedio del 9, tengo mi promedio del 21 en este momento. Puedes ver que el 21 hizo un S&P antes y ahora nos está rechazando y estamos por encima del 9. Normalmente cuando tomamos el 9 es que tenemos este tipo de pompazos, es lo que me imagino probablemente estás esperando. Básicamente, si eres alcista en esto, quieres mantener el 1.52 y no perder el 1.21. De perder el 1.21 vas a hacer nuevos mínimos, de mantener el 1.52 te dice chopear de lado para arriba y de poder romper el 1.99 y consolidar en esta zona te va a llevar a probablemente intentar mínimo llegar a la zona del 3.64. 1.90 para confirmar esto en el 21. Una vez que llegues a este punto y puedas estar chopeando por acá, eso va a ser bastante bueno. No perder la línea, no perder el 21 y después eso te podría llevar para arriba. Pero de nuevo, pierdes el promedio del 9 que está en este lugar y además te llevas este mínimo, vas para abajo. Es muy difícil saber para dónde va esto. Simplemente no tiene sentido alguno analizar algo que no tiene fundamento alguno ni en una tabla ni en nada. Así que no es que no lo queramos analizar, es bastante sencillo. De cierta forma, dentro de lo complejo que es e imposible saber qué es lo que va a pasar con una de estas acciones. Yo creo que teniendo estos niveles en tu tabla, vas a entender perfectamente que es lo que está haciendo Faraday. Arriba de esto, alcista, abajo de esto, bajista. Punto. Y ahí lo tienen. Faraday Friday, un análisis que vale $1 millón. All right, sir, we're ready for Bitcoin.
Time to have fun with our Bitcoins.
Let me ask you something. You boys having fun with your Bitcoins?
Not at the moment, President Trump.
What a shame. There's a lot of people not having fun with their Bitcoin right now, but we're going to do something about it. We're going to sign an executive order that forces people to have fun with their Bitcoin.
Can we please start minting them and printing them?
We're going to mint them. We're going to print them. We're going to label them here in the US, and we're going to package them and send them out to all over the world. It's going to be great. People are going to love it.
They're going to start with the 5-day on Bitcoin. So as long as we're below this 5-day 5 EMA, and especially 5 and 9, because they're all bunched up together, I feel like probabilities are to the downside right now. In that area, right, the invalidation on that is the 5 EMA, which is at $98,500. If we get a 5-day close over that, then I'm going to switch back around to being not just medium-term bullish, but short-term bullish as well. As long as we're below that, probabilities are that we're going to come back down and reconnect with this 521 EMA. Right now, the 21 is sitting somewhere around $93,500. If we do continue lower and the low has not been put in at around $94,166, I do think we're going to continue towards somewhere around $93,000 to $92,000, and that's where we're going to find our next local bottom and retest the $100,000 region from there. The invalidation of that test, so that 21 EMA, though, is going to be a close over that $98,500 area. Close over there, likely to continue higher, especially because that would take us over this 5. It would give you a probability of hitting the median. Right now, the median is right around that $100,000 area. If you can close over $100,200, which is slightly above the median, which is this candle's high, that would confirm bullish divergences basically across the board, and we'll get to them whenever I show you the RSI. Likely sends us up to our current all-time highs. Right now, 5-day momentum is pointed to the upside, with volatility resetting down close to zero, sitting at 9%. What is cause for concern, however, is that the jewel is flipping around to a sell signal, losing the bullish control zone, and the pink is now crossed below the yellow. Can you please stop biting my fucking feet? Get off. Go away, bud. If you draw with the vertical line last time we have this setup, where the pink crossed below the yellow and the dark blue crossed below everything else, right around here, we also lost the bullish control zone then too. No. This one's good. That's good. That's quite the dumpski. That was about 70% to the downside on that setup. Wow. This one wasn't much. Still 24% to the downside. Wow. So if we were to apply that now with the jewel setup, let's move this up a little bit and take 20. Let's just be conservative and do 20% to the downside from here. That brings us to about $77,000. $77,000, if you remember, is exactly where that CME gap is at. So that's going to be the area where we likely do get a pretty decent sized bounce from all of the bids in that area. Likely just forms another lower high because of the monthly and the quarterly hitting the monthly and the quarterly bearish divergences. Likely marks a low a lower high around somewhere around the mid 80s, possibly high 80s. And then from there, you're probably going to break down towards $60,000. And that would also set off that 5-day setup on the momentum chart as well towards the downside. Weekly momentum is starting to flip back up. We're getting over the moving average. We're making a lower low on momentum right here, but a higher low on price, giving us possible hidden bullish divergence on the weekly. We'd have to close above about $102,515 to confirm that. That will very likely sends us up towards the top 38.2%, which is around $120,000. And not only will we close over that high of 102,514, we'd also close over the median as well, giving us also more probability to test the 38.2% at 120,000. Momentum on the 2-week is still pointed down, right around the reset zone. This is the area where this is going to be the decision time, where volatility is going to decide whether it wants to break up or down. Right now, volatility is sitting at 17%. So right now, it is leaning towards the bear side because 1, we are below the median, and 2, the jewel is starting to flip over into a sell signal and a God mode sell signal like that. The last time we fired off a God mode sell signal was right around here, and price, oh fuck. Here, so let's take it from the high of this candle. That ended up producing a downwards move of about 31.5%. We are getting the sell signal now. We have not gotten the candle closed, but as of this moment, it does look like it's going to confirm the sell signal unless we close above $102,515. And if we were to just for funsies take 30% down from here, brings us to about $67,000, which is losing our 2021 cycle high, all but confirming the fact that we are in a bear market at that point. Monthly momentum is starting to flip down. Monthly is putting in the possible bearish divergence off of higher highs on the price action, lower highs on momentum. Volatility is coming from almost 0%. We are still rejecting the median. As long as you're rejecting the median, probabilities are that you come back down to retest this 5 EMA. Right now, the 5 is sitting somewhere at 91,000. We have already tested it twice. Right now, we want to see, as long as we're above this 5 EMA, is where this median moves to on the next monthly open. If it moves higher, it's going to be kind of bearish. It's going to be, maybe we get a test of that median, but it's going to be around these highs and then probably reject it. If it moves lower and we open up above the median, that's going to be kind of bullish, and it's likely to get a retest of the median before it uses as a spring upwards. Right now, which is kind of bullish hopium, is the jewel is curved around right at the pink, giving us a buy signal. And usually whenever we get the jewel curve around at the pink, it marks a pretty significant move. Let's get it right here. We only have the pink didn't flip around there, so it's not the same signal. We only have one similar instance of the jewel flipping around at the pink. And that was quite a significant move. That was about 586% to the upside. Quarterly is still above the 5 EMA, and not only that, but above this previous candle's close at 93,466. That's what also makes that 93,000 area very significant, is that that's the previous quarterly close. As long as we're over that area, likely to, by the end of this candle closure, get another retest of this median. Right now, the median is sitting at $118,888. So that would give us statistical probabilities of hitting this $118,000 number by the end of March. And then if you consider February statistics, there's a 78% chance that February usually closes green. And not only that, if you were to go a little bit deeper and look at February in an odd year month, which right now 2020 odd number year, which right now 2025 is an odd number year, there's a 100% chance that all of those Februarys hit a close green. So statistically, right now there's a 100% chance that February will close green. And sure, it's not always going to stay true. Eventually, there's going to be something February that doesn't close green to change the statistics. But in my opinion, it's kind of better to assume the statistics will hold true versus that this time is different. It's usually this time is not really different. And so that would give you, based off of statistics, since the likelihood of the month closing green, you would kind of be better off if you were to play statistics to long significant supports versus trying to short every pump. But once they aren't, once the stats are not true, though, that is going to be a pretty decent sized move because it's going to catch everyone off guard who assumes that it's going to continue to play through. 2-day momentum is starting to flip back up, rejecting the bearish control zone. Volatility is down. Usually that gives you a setup of hitting the median. Right now the median is sitting at $102,833. We can get over that area right here at the median. That would take us over all of these previous lower highs. That would confirm how much did we go lower? Yeah, this low was 93,466. Higher low. So no bullish divergence. Daily momentum is also pointing to the upside. Volatility is just about to get to 0%. And right now we are, where's the median? So we are, no, that's a 100. We're getting pretty close to the median. Median is at $97,589. We can close above that. That's going to be key. But that's going to give us a retest of this top 38.2%, which will then give us multiple tries of bullish divergence, sending us to our current all-time highs. Right now that level is about 101,880. So around $101,800 to $102,000. And right now, bullish hopium is that the jewel is starting to curve back around within the bullish control zone, the bearish control zone, exiting the bearish control zone and leaving a buy signal. Draw a vertical line where that happened last time. Right here. Right here. Here. That should be enough. This was 22% to the upside. This one it did move down before moving up, moved down 7.7%. Then it moved up 6.9%. So this one, kind of a failure. This one was very nice, however. That was about 78.99% to the upside. Quite respectable. This one, up about 7% to the upside. So if we were to take that move of, what would be the average of 7% at that? Let's just do some rough maths and say it's 15%. By the way, I just came up with that number. I don't know what the average between 6 and 40 something is, or 78. Pretty sure it's higher than 15, but let's do 15 for funsies. That puts us at right around the 78.6% at around $112,000. Very nice number. Four-hour as well as momentum pointed to the upside, very close to the bullish control zone. Volatility is still sideways, however. The volatility is likely to expand if we can get a close over this 38.2%, which lines right up at the 55 EMA at about $97,300. Close, very close. 97.3 for the 38.2 and 97,290 for the 55 EMA. And now the jewel is starting to point a curve back upwards as well. Pink is refusing to cross below the yellow, and we're very close to hitting the bullish control zone. That tells us if we close over this 38.2%, we're pretty likely to get a test somewhere around this 78.6% that we get over here. Around the 78.6% lines right up with this 200 SMA, sitting at about $100,200. That $100,200, if you remember, it's a very significant area, because if you can close above that, that'll confirm several drives of bullish divergence. That'll send us up towards current all-time highs, likely new all-time highs. Ding. Quarterly still has active 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. Once again, to close it, to invalidate that, this candle closure, you'd have to close below 58,890. Next one's going to be a little bit easier because the number is going to shift to 89,224. But the next candle closure is going to happen around June. Good amount of months away. Monthly still has possible bearish divergence between this high and this high. It's going to confirm with a close below 91,341. Make sure. No, it's actually 89. The blue lines are confusing me. 89,224. My bad. If you close below 89,224, that will confirm your bearish divergence. In the past, if you look at history, the bearish divergences on the monthly have a 100% hit rate of calling the end of the bull market. That probably at a minimum brings us down to this 55 EMA. Right now, the 55 EMA is sitting at a very nice $46,000. That would fit my bias very well. 2-week also has multiple drives of bearish divergence possible between all of these lower highs, while price was making higher highs. Right now, that divergence will confirm if we close below. I gotta read these lines. Where's the feed thing? That will confirm below 89,224, same number as the monthly. So likely if the 2-week confirms bearish divergence, the monthly will as well. And that would bring us back down somewhere around the 55 EMA, and that puts us at $60,000.
And what takes us there? I'm sorry?
Closing below 89,224.
Got it. So it's still that number. Got it. Sorry.
Yeah, same number as before. So based on the 2-week, we probably get a bounce somewhere around $60,000. And that bounce could be pretty significant. Could take us all the way up to $73,000. But what's likely to happen is that the monthly is going to take back over, bringing us to the 55 at $46,000. So that could be a pretty nice trade to take. Short it down to $60,000, long to 70, and then short 73 down to the 40s. But rarely does it ever play out that perfectly. There is some inverse head and shoulders playing out on the RSI though on the 2-week. To confirm the inverse head and shoulders, you'd have to close above this high right here is 100 all-time highs, 109,354.
To confirm it's going to be bullish, you got to get an all-time high.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Great.
The one nice aspect though is you can get a target off of that, which is the critical zone. That'd be $132,950. That would be also roughly the number of the 5-day setup playing out, somewhere around 130s to 140s. Weekly, nope, no bearish divergences. Weekly is giving 2 periods of 0%. So in America setup is brewing, where it might be a Syrian setup if momentum continues to flip down.
Well, no, that'd be the space laser setup.
The Jewish space laser.
Space laser. Yeah.
The 5-day has confirmed bearish divergence. Arguable that it has played out since we have already tapped the 21 EMA. Continuation of the divergence is going to be a close below 95,341. And if you close below that area, it's very likely to come back down to the 55 EMA, which is right around $81,000. And validation of this divergence is going to be a close above $100,200. Very significant areas, once again, $100,200. That likely sends us up to the bullish control zone, which is right now at around 112,500. Remember that 112,000 number from our previous calculation?
Mm-hmm.
3-day. 2-day is forming possible hidden bullish divergence off of this higher low, which is momentum went lower than all of these lows, while price action is making a higher low. Confirm that over about $100,200, same number as again, and then we'll get hidden bullish divergence off the back of expanding volatility from lower than 15%, giving the 2-day setup to the upside, and 5-day the 2-day target of the RSI divergence would be somewhere around the bullish control zone first. Bullish control zone right now is sitting at $114,000, $114,200, and then the critical zone sits at $150,800. Not very far away for $100,200. Daily as well is forming. Sorry.
It's the same cocksucking game nonstop. You basically close over 99,200, goes up, below, goes down.
Yep, up or down.
Yeah.
Daily is not giving a volatility setup as well. Momentum dropping to 0%, forming hidden bullish divergence on the daily. Same number to close above to confirm $100,200. That give us daily, that give us 2-day, that give us many hidden bullish divergences, likely sending us up to that $112,000 area for a new all-time high. And right now the target on the daily on the divergence would be around $110,000. And then the critical zone sits at 140. Invalidation of that divergence right now on the daily is going to be this bottom right 94,166. Then you're likely to get that volatility set up to the downside. But hopium is right now, like we mentioned before, the jewel is starting to curve back around within the bearish control zone, making it slightly more probability that this volatility setup is going to play out to the upside. To a 4-hour, let's go down to 12 hours. Let's talk about the divergence. The 12-hour right now does have a confirmed drive of bullish divergence with many periods of 0% volatility, giving us an America setup in the brewing. Right now, the bullish divergence is active as long as we're closing above $94,166. And as long as that's active, continuation on the divergence is going to be a close above $98,120. That would take us towards the bullish control zone, which should easily be able to get there off of many periods of 0% volatility. And right now, the bullish control zone sits at $99,774, basically $100,000. If you can solidly get over that $100,000 area and not reject it, specifically $100,200, likely this volatility continues expanding, taking us towards the critical zone, and that's at that $112,000, $111,800 to $112,000 area. Very significant area of $112,000. Not only is it a new all-time high, but it pops back up from multiple different setups. The jewel is also firing off a buy signal, and once again curving back around, with the pink very close to crossing over the yellow. See if we can get a similar setup here. Not very similar, but enough.
Enough to fit my bias.
Yeah, enough to fit my bias. Oh shit! Why did all these lines appear? Why did all of these lines appear? What the fuck?
Command Z. Oh, you don't have an Apple device. You're a PC guy, huh?
PC master race.
I'm gonna send you fucking Linux so that you can download that shit and work on it. Fuck that.
So roughly eyeing it right here is where the pink crust above the yellow. That was quite the nice move. That was sitting off of $96,000 towards $109,000, $13,000 move to the upside. And that wasn't off the back of multiple periods of 0% volatility like we have right now. We haven't confirmed it yet, so by the way, just a possibility. We zoom back in on it because it's not quite yet crossed above the yellow. The 8-hour also has bullish divergence confirmed. Continuation of that divergence is once again going to be close over the same number, $98,120. Likely send this up towards the bullish control zone, which is also at $100,000. And the critical zone, since we're kind of likely since we're coming off of 0% volatility, is if we get over that $100,200 area, which the bullish control zone already takes us over, take this towards $112,000. Invalidation for all of this, though, is going to be a close below 94,166. Likely brings us back down to this 91s area. For 90 closing below 94,166 brings us back down to 92s, 93s. The next significant level of support, especially because that's around the monthly median. If you don't hold that area, though, these lows are very likely to get broken, and this is probably going to go somewhere around $80,000, $81,000 to $83,000. 4-hour has, let's see, many drives of bullish divergence, 3 drives of bullish divergence off of these lows. Continuation of the divergence is going to be the same number, $198,120. That takes us towards the critical zone because we're coming from pretty low volatility. That level is right now at $104,650. Pretty close to our current all-time highs, about like $4,000 away. Jewel on the 4-hour is giving a pretty nice signal where the pink is rejecting, crossing below the yellow, flipping back up, and just about making the bullish control zone. Ding.
Bing! Wow, that was a strong signal.
That was a very powerful ping.
No.
I love it when you can just change the time frames and they fit your bias.
Isn't that what everyone does anyways?
I believe so. It doesn't. Does it not look like it's going your way on the monthly? That's okay. Switch it to the 15-minute and it's in an uptrend now. On the 6-month, momentum is pointed to the upside with volatility expansion, getting very close to getting into the critical zone for the first time ever, and we're pointed up above $30,100. Then if you look at this fib, which I've had on here for quite a long time, it fits even more beautifully on the 6-month chart because we got to move to the 161.8%, closed over it, back tested it, and now we're perfectly bouncing off of that 161.8%. As long as we're holding that 161.8%, probabilities are we go to the 261. Right now, 261 is sitting at $113,000, very close to that $112,000 area. Another piece of the puzzle that comes together. Three-month, it's expanding right now from the lowest level of volatility it's ever been to. We're entering into the critical zone and are pointed up above $60,600. And once again, this one fits my bias as well because it bounced right off of this 161.8%. I would look to get one like this close and then one more to give us a technical confirmation of the 261. That'd be that $113,000 area. But you could always go to there before giving us the 3-month closures. That's what makes it a little difficult to play. Monthly is it's very close to getting volatility contraction below 15%, giving us a monthly setup. Last time we had it was during the United States setup of 2023. We're bouncing right at the edge of the critical zone. We're pointed up as long as we're above $92,750. And you guys remember the previous time, whenever I marked the vertical line, every single time momentum started flipping back up in the critical zone, we usually got a very significant pump afterwards. So right now, as long as we're closing over the monthly over $92,750, we're very likely to get that quarterly statistic to play out where we hit the median of 118. The median. 2-week is getting volatility contraction with momentum to the downside. Slightly bullish to see that. What we don't want to see is volatility expansion with momentum to the downside. What's likely to happen while momentum is down within the critical zone is we lose the critical zone. Right now, we will lose it if we're below $108,000. Because I want to see what this, it's pretty high up, $12,000 higher than where we are now. I want to see where it goes, somewhere around this bullish control zone. If the pivot does start to drop significantly within the bullish control zone, that's going to make it a lot more likely that we're going to end up flipping from there. Volatility is going to have reset, and then we're going to be able to make another all-time high. Also, it will be very helpful if we can make hitting bullish divergence on this as well. That's going to give it even more steam to hit that all-time high. Weekly has 2 periods of 0%, getting very close to giving us another United States setup, or maybe even a space laser setup, where momentum volatility has dropped below 15% to 2 periods of 0%. Moving average is pretty close to catching up. Next time, whenever volatility starts expanding over 15%, the probabilities are that we're going to move in the direction of stochastic momentum. Right now, momentum is pointed down, rejecting the critical zone, and we're going to be down below $103,680. What we do like to see, however, though, is volatility is still contracting while momentum is pointed to the downside. We don't want to see volatility expansion while momentum is pointed to the downside, because that is likely going to end up taking us down towards that $60,000 area for that pity bounce, and then eventually 40s. What's hopium, though, is that volatility stays below 15%. Momentum makes its way to the bullish control zone. This number drops, momentum flips back up, and then volatility expansion applies to the upside. Five-day, it's very close as well as giving the same setup as weekly. 3 periods of 0%. Started a little bit of expansion, but then flipped back down. We're still getting volatility contraction, sitting at 5.5%. Momentum is still pointed down below $102,810. Same idea as weekly, though. Want to see what the number goes to at the edge of the bullish control zone, and then that will likely decide which direction this setup is going to go, whether it's a United States setup or whether it's a space laser setup. 2 days came very close to giving us a setup, but it kind of front ran that 15% area, so it's not quite a setup. Got a derp of death, but it still is volatility expansion. Momentum is breaking its way into the bearish control zone, and it's pointed down below $98,750. Daily is 0% volatility. Momentum starting to flip up, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it's flipped up above $95,200. We close above on that same level of $100,200. We're gonna confirm hidden bullish divergences on the daily. Momentum is going to be to the upside with volatility expansion, and that kind of tells the whole story. Also, what's very interesting is if you see this daily chart, and then you switch it from a candle chart to a line chart, just going sideways, literally sideways.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this range, we've been in it since November 20th.
You guys remember that tweet I sent you guys? Same thing that Crown has been saying for years. Never short a dull market, never sell a dull market short.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing. No short, no long, unless you can intra-candle short or intra-candle long.
After hours crypto trading.
Exactly.
Which is just keyword for inside information. 4 hour is also pointing to the upside on momentum, getting very close to giving us a volatility setup just at the edge of 15%. And momentum is pointed to the upside as long as we're above $96,650. High time frames on Bitcoin are still looking bullish. 6 month setup, always funny to talk about, is sitting at $30,000. The quarterly volatility, momentum is pointed up above $60,600. Monthly is pointed up above $92,700. That monthly momentum pivot is a very, very significant level, because that means it's going to be a very strong support point. So if we do end up losing our current low of $94,166, highly likely we're going to retest somewhere around 93,000 to 92s, and that area based on the monthly's monthly stochastic pivot, very likely to bounce us if we're still bullish. If we lose that area and monthly momentum flips down, then we're going to confirm bearish divergence in the monthly and the 2 month, and the cycle is very likely over. It's all going to come down to that monthly pivot. And the invalidation for moving down towards that area, though, is a close over $100,200. That will confirm several drives of hidden bullish divergence across the board and very likely send us towards $112,000 to $113,000. We just want to see if we lose that 94,166, get a test of the 92s to 93s. If we're still bullish and this cycle is still going to continue, we will get a strong bounce at 92s to 93s unless if the low is not already in, and that low will be confirmed over $100,200. So as of right now, I'm still slightly giving the edge to the bulls, but it just is getting to the
little bullish copium, just a little.
Yeah, it is getting to that point where very soon it's gonna be time to make a decision. I'd say the move probably happens within 15 days max.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be that far off at this point now. Like it's lots of chops, but like we were saying, right? Like there's so many volatility setups in every single chart in so many different time frames that are strong all across the board, which means something, whether it's to the upside or to the downside, but something big around the market seems to be going on. So I guess we'll see. We'll find out what Bitcoin is going to do. We'll see what the Bitcoin's going to do. It's going to be great.
Maybe we can start having fun again.
I'm going to sign an executive order so that you all can have fun with your Bitcoin. You're going to love it. It's going to be great. I already talked to Elon about it. He's having fun with his Bitcoin and his son.
Have you seen
He's playing outside?
The conspiracy theory that people are throwing around that Elon only carries his son on his shoulders so nobody can take a shot at him?
Oh, God,
they're like he's using his son as a human shield.
No, I can't with these retards. Like there's a limit to their stupidity, and I was just talking about this with Rodrigo yesterday. We've reached that limit of stupidity where before you would argue, right, with people because you were like, nah, dude, like you're fucking nuts, you're this, but the stupidity has grown at a level where you're like, I don't even care. Like it's like talking to a 5-year-old. And I think that's everywhere across the board. So I listen, I hear them, but sorry, can't give them a serious place anymore.
It's very, very difficult to conceptualize that these people are being serious.
I know that these people are actually living and making a living in this world. It's crazy that they can just breathe on their own.
The biggest tragedy of all this is that their vote carries the same weight as ours.
I know, dude. Trust me. Don't fucking take me there. But either way, we've so far so good. Is this what you voted for? Yes.
Absolutely.
This is. I know. And I feel like they need to talk to some people in real life instead of like listening to whatever is going on the internet. Because everyone I talk to, we bring this up like are you happy that this is what you voted for? Did you vote for non-elected Elon? Everyone goes, yes, this is exactly what I voted for. Everyone.
I exactly wanted Elon there, and I'm happy with everything Elon is doing.
Yeah, I don't understand. Either way, we got the Bitcoin. What's next? Let me see. We got Ravian, dude, right after, and then Litecoin, which I know you guys were looking at yesterday.
All right.
And then we're going to do MicroStrategy. It's a little strategy with tiny hands. Tiny hands, the tiniest I've ever seen. I'm sorry, guys.
We're going to sign an executive order. Anyone who doesn't have fun with their Bitcoins gets sent to Guantanamo Bay.
You're going to go to Guantanamo Bay. It's a non-disclosed.
I've been to a lot of not fun places, primarily Hillary Clinton's daughter's wedding, but believe me, it's the worst place.
Oh my God, so good. Ok, estamos analizando Bitcoin en este momento y como siempre les digo, estamos rangueando, señores. Estamos en un rango muy tonto, ¿ok? Rangos fácilmente identificados. Estoy viendo un gráfico de 3 días para quitar un poco el chop. Este chop desde acá viene de noviembre. Empezó en noviembre hasta ahora, llevamos 3 meses en esta zona, ¿ok? Esto creo que fueron 6 meses o 5 meses, vamos a ver exactamente. Esto fue en febrero hasta noviembre. No mames. Febrero hasta noviembre. Febrero, marzo, abril, mayo, junio, julio, agosto, septiembre, octubre, noviembre. Fueron 9 meses. Entonces, en total llevamos un año chopeando de lado, ¿no? Con 2 movimientos potentes. Lo que quiero que noten en este chopeo es lo fácil del rango, en donde estamos, porque literalmente seguimos haciendo lo mismo. Encima de esta línea verde, máximos. Abajo de esta línea verde, más probabilidad de perder nuestro mínimo e irnos para abajo. Es así de fácil. Les voy a explicar esto rápido, paso a paso. Vamos a empezar, obviamente, nuestro gráfico trimestral nos enseña altos más altos, bajos más altos. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9, encima del promedio del 21, 34, pero no podemos pasar de justamente nuestro máximo histórico en 109 hasta ahora. Por ahora todavía falta un mes y 18 días para cerrar esta vela. Y lo importante de este gráfico es que tenemos también nuestra expansión de volatilidad del punto más bajo que lo hemos visto en la historia, empujando el precio para arriba. Siempre y cuando no se dé vuelta la volatilidad y continúe empujando para arriba, vamos a ser alcista a largo plazo en Bitcoin, 56%. Ahora recuerden, viendo timeframes muy altos, para invalidarlos toma mucho tiempo y en cripto todo se mueve muy rápido, por lo que no nada más puedes ver esto y decir ipso facto es imposible que el precio caiga. Cuando esta se volteó ya es demasiado tarde. Es algo que tienes que saber. Entonces, vamos a poner eso ahí primero. Después, segunda cosa muy importante. Tenemos acá nuestro, ¿cómo se llama? Nuestra tabla mensual. En nuestra tabla mensual podemos ver que nuestra volatilidad está contrayendo una vez más después de este empujón a la alza y está intentando irse al punto más bajo en la mensual posible. Aunque ya habíamos puesto esto antes, aquí parece ser que algo aguanta, ¿ok? Vamos a ver si acá es donde se puede dar la vuelta y la volatilidad expande, por acá. Ok, con eso dicho, tenemos básicamente estas velas por acá y tenemos nuestro promedio del 5 en el 91,155. Nosotros consideramos alcista cualquier gráfico que en la mensual esté por encima de su promedio del 5 y del 9, que lo están creando nuevos máximos y mínimos más altos. Es lo que está haciendo. Lo podemos calificar tal cual como lo que es. La cosa es esta. Pierdes esta zona y ni siquiera es ahí, es en el 92,400. Pierdes esta zona en la mensual y esta vela va a cerrar en 14 días y 8 horas. Falta la mitad del mes. Si lo llegamos a perder acá, se activaría una divergencia bajista y esa divergencia bajista básicamente nos señalaría el fin de ciclo. Cada que tenemos una divergencia bajista en la mensual, como se dio en este segundo tope, ha señalado el fin del ciclo de Bitcoin, que ha sido mínimo el tope. De nuevo, aquí no la hubo. Aquí no hubo divergencia bajista. Fue acá. Al igual que acá, en el 2018, me parece que es 17, cuando Bitcoin llegó a casi $20,000 o $20,000. No recuerdo exactamente si los tocó o no. Pero es justamente lo que estamos viendo. Entonces, tu primera carta acá, en todas las temporalidades, aunque estés viendo la mensual, es no quieres perder tu promedio del 5, si es que no quieres apuntarlo y memorizarlo, pero el número de no perder son 92,400. Debajo de 92,400 en 14 días y 8 horas, muy probablemente indique que esto se cocinó y esto va para abajo. Importantísimo tenerlo en mente. Con eso dicho y hecho, voy a ponerles el HPDR de una para que lo puedan tener presente al momento y vean nuestros objetivos de precio. ¿Y dónde estamos sobre todo? Estamos nosotros justamente apoyándonos en la media, lo que nos debería de dar más probabilidad de poder ir a visitar los $114,000. Para poder ver esto, definitivamente quieres sobrepasar esta línea. Esta es otra línea muy importante en el rango. Sobrepasando los 99,200, vas a tener más probabilidades de llegar a la parte alta de acá. No pudiendo pasar los 99,200, vas a seguir rangueando justamente entre 99 y probablemente los 91. Y también acá tienes que ver que tu media está en el 91,856. Si llegas a perder la media y también tu promedio del 5 que están acá, divergencia bajista y tu siguiente objetivo serían los $68,000. 68,247. Aunque primera parada, tu promedio del 9 en los 82,451 en la mensual. Vale. 2 semanas. 2 semanas estamos siendo todavía rechazados por el promedio por la media, que está en los 102,836, una zona muy importante a batir, porque poder abatir los 102,800 vas a tener un vuelo o un mínimo el intento gratuito de poder ir a buscar estos $126,200. Pero de continuar este rechazo 2 días, 8 horas para el cierre, siguiente objetivo van a ser los 92,185, lo que ya nos pone en una zona bastante mala de no aguantar. Vamos muy probablemente a ir a la parte baja en 85,610. Atentos, atentos, atentos. Con eso dicho, déjenme pinto un poco más para emputarme bien, ¿ok? Y podemos ver que volatilidad está contrayendo en lo que estamos chopeando de lado en este momento en Bitcoin, en la de 2 semanas. En la semanal estamos creando, por cierto, como en la de 5 días, ya una vez más un setup de Hamas, que ahora se llama setup de Estados Unidos, porque nosotros somos dueños de esa tierra. Así que está preparando o un setup de Estados Unidos o un setup de láseres espaciales judíos. Eso sería la baja, que le cambiamos el nombre al Nagasaki por lo más moderno, que son los nuevos láseres que anunció Donald Trump que existían, y yo le agregué lo de judíos porque un amigo judío me dijo que era una teoría de conspiración y yo ni sabía eso, y después Trump dijo que sí eran reales, así que los voy a juntar a los dos para que todo el mundo se enoje. Aquí los tenemos, un setup de volatilidad preparándose. Estos setups de volatilidad arriba de las 5 días semanal nos dan probabilidades de un movimiento a 30 a 35%. Puede ser a la alza o a la baja, y es donde tenemos que estar atentos. ¿Por qué? Porque rápidamente vamos a hacer estos movimientos como los está midiendo. Digamos que acá empieza a subir 35, 30% te ponen 126, que agrega confluencia a lo que hemos visto antes, 35% en 130, igual. A la baja, 30% te lleva a la zona de 67 y 35% te lleva a la zona de 62. Que en mi opinión, esos 62 podrían ser muy cerca del fondo total que vayamos a ver pronto, si es que lo vemos. Para agregar más confluencia a nuestro análisis y a mi bias, podemos ver que justamente dentro de mi rango en los 89,110, que es también el rango de la zona azul en este momento, tenemos el promedio del 21. Queremos aguantar los 96,528. De no poder aguantar los 96,530, básicamente tu promedio del 9 en la semanal, vas a venir a la parte de abajo y esos son los 89,000. Esa es la zona de la parte baja de la zona azul. Esto nos haría instantáneamente empezar a preocuparnos por esa divergencia bajista jugando en la mensual, y tenemos que poner muchísima atención ahí. 5 días nos está rechazando el promedio del 5, el promedio del 9, el promedio de la media, pero estamos todavía siendo aguantados por nuestro promedio del 21. Para poder dar un zampompazo a la alza, tienes que cerrar por encima de la media en 99,203, que es una vez más ese número otra vez. Y de no poder aguantar los 93,498, que es nuestro promedio del 21, vamos a ir a ver los 90,397. Pero los 90,397 muy probablemente no aguanten y nos vayamos mínimo al promedio del 34 en 87,455. Estamos en un punto crítico para los Bitcoins, y también tienes que ver tus periodos de nula volatilidad y además continúa volatilidad para abajo. Esto quiere decir que esos movimientos fuertes, potentes, se continúan presentando en nuestras tablas. 2 días ya perdimos la media. No nada más perdimos, la zona azul, no nada más la perdimos todos nuestros promedios y estamos peleándonos contra el 34, el 5, el 9. Me quito el 5 es una estupidez en estas temporalidades. El 9, el 21. ¿Qué es lo que buscamos después de ser rechazados por la parte de la zona azul? Poder cerrar por encima de 96,800 esta vez en un día y 8 horas. De no poder lograrlo, una buena visita de nuevo a los 95,700 sería la primera parada, y muy probablemente, matemáticamente hablando, vas a ir a ver esta zona del 61,8%, que es donde está el promedio del 55 en los 93,150, y ustedes saben qué significa eso. Acá, volatilidad está expandiendo, pero no de una forma constante, y esa expansión simplemente no nos ha dado nada más que chop, entonces no la voy a contar para nada como valga la pena analizar. La diaria La diaria, tenemos la media rechazándonos en 97,301. Queremos poder vencer esta media junto con el 9. De no poder hacerlo, nos ha detenido el promedio del 55 antes en 97,831 y hemos estado por debajo todo este tiempo. Todavía faltan 7 horas y 19 minutos. Si hoy, en 7 horas, 19 minutos, no puedes cerrar por encima de 97,301, tu siguiente parada son 94,512. Y de no aguantar 94,512, aquí está nuestro EMA 100 una vez más en el 93,637. Y también tienes periodos de volatilidad nula en la diaria, lo que de nuevo nos dice que hay algo que se está calentando en todas las tablas de todo el mundo, para arriba o para abajo, solamente para que quede claro. Con eso dicho y hecho, los voy a traer para acá para que puedan ver esto. Una vez más, para que si quieren tener referencia, 88,900, no, esta línea está justo acá. Ponlo en 89, la línea de arriba está en 107, la media está en 99,119. Encima de esta línea y de todos estos promedios, alcista. Abajo, más probabilidades bajistas. Y de no poder aguantar nuestro promedio del 100 en la diaria, ir a visitar la parte de abajo de este canal es muy probable. Y de eso pasar y darse nuestra divergencia mensual bajista abajo de 92,400, vamos a decir que este ciclo se ha acabado y ahí quedamos. De poder vencer esto acá en los 100,000, tu siguiente objetivo van a ser los 102. Una vez que tomes los 102, podremos decir altos históricos podrían estar en la mira, pero por ahora estamos en posición neutral, estamos literalmente chopeando de lado y no hay nada que nos invalide un trade fácilmente. Estamos cotizando en 96,750. Tu primer mínimo está en 94 para invalidar, tu segundo está en 91 y el tercero en 89. Así que no tienes absolutamente nada. Y también si quieres hacer un corto en los 99,119, tu invalidación acá está en 100,203. Con muy poco apalancamiento, podría ser un movimiento chido ahí en corto si es que el momentum favorece esa jugada. Pero ahí está. Eso es Bitcoin para todos ustedes. Vamos rápidamente. ¿Qué seguía? Rivian. Y solamente para todos los que siguen por acá, aquí les compartimos para que vengan absolutamente gratis a nuestro Discord. El menú está en la parte de la izquierda. Mucha gente se pierde por acá. Acá tienes los análisis de Alex. Tienes también el análisis de el gran Farhan por acá. Tienes nuestro general para que vengan a platicar, vengan a apoyarse en la comunidad. Cualquier pregunta que tengan, estos güeyes son unos cracks. Criptolingo, si hay algo que decimos acá que no entienden, acá hay una explicación de todo. Y también, pues, vengan a compartir sus ganancias, sus pérdidas con nosotros. Vientos, chido. Vengan a pedirnos tablas. Vengan a ver las noticias, compartir noticias, cualquier pregunta, etcétera, con nosotros. Aquí estamos. Y para todos los que quieren tradear con nosotros en futuros, se las voy a dejar fácil. Vengan a nuestro sitio. Esto es absolutamente gratis. Le picas en tutos. Le picas en cómo tradear en Bluffing. Y te va a poner un video de 5 minutos, 5 minutos, para que sepas exactamente cómo operar, cómo usarlo y que no estés perdido. Así de fácil. Y acá tienes el enlace para ir a la página web de Bluffing para que también no te hagan tonto, que le picaste algo que no sabes qué cosa. Aquí está todo. Cómo mandar dinero acá, cómo operar, etcétera. Absolutamente gratis. Aquí lo tienen en Elite Trading Academy. Como de que no. Vámonos con la tabla de Rivian. Let's see what Farhan has to say about motherfucking Rivian, son.
It's looking pretty nice. Nice little bounce here. Let's see how much it is from the low to the high. So I'm curious. 18.42% bounce on a monthly candle. Right now, we are over the median. Median's at $11.92. We can't close over that. It's going to give us very high probabilities of coming back up to retest this 38.2%. Right now, that is sitting at $15.36. From the bottom, that would be about 26 to 28% move to the upside. Right now, momentum is still pointed down. Volatility is still pointed down, giving us probabilities that probably not going to break this 38.2% area at $15.36. What's more likely is that this trend is going to continue playing out with a series of lower highs and lower lows. And this move to $15.36 would just be another lower high in a series of lower highs. And what usually follows after a lower high is a lower low. Our low right now is sitting somewhere around $8.37. If we do reject this 38.2%, if we even make it up there, assuming we close over this median that we make it to 38.2%, that give us, and we reject this area, it give us high probabilities of coming to the bottom 38.2%. Right now, that's sitting at $8.53. Our low is $8.26. Very high probability we're going to sweep this area, especially because momentum is coming from extreme lows right here. Pretty highly likely we're going to come somewhere around the 50% to the 61.8%. And that's sitting at the sevens, somewhere around $7.99 to $7.77. This is the area where I think somewhere between sevens to sixes is going to be the macro low. And the only piece of data that I have to back that up is just by how cheap the company is going to be. I don't think that it's going to stay at these prices for that long. It probably gets bought up. That's just a guess.
Yeah,
that's just my worthless opinion.
No, I think I'm with you there. It's impossible that this company can go lower than that. Like, I mean, it could, but it's retarded if anyone doesn't buy it.
Yeah. Then I won't be wrong. The market will be wrong.
That's right.
2-week momentum is starting to flip back up within the bullish control zone. Volatility is flipped up. It is looking quite good. If we do, what we would really like to see is a close over this candle's high, sitting at $14.06. Gives us high probabilities of coming back up to test this meme line somewhere around 1635. That's going to be the major area where if we can actually, if you want to be more safe, you can put it a little bit higher than this meme line at this candle high, sitting at $18.86. Pretty far from where we are right now. Do you somehow get a close over that $18.86? Then it's likely to come back down and retest this breakdown point somewhere in the 30s. That's a very big if right now. It's a very big if. And what makes it less likely is that we're going to be topped out on momentum at that point and volatility. Going to be pretty unlikely we even make it to that $18 number that we got to close above. Weekly is now flipping back up on momentum from a full reset. Volatility is pointed up from 0%. That is quite the bullish setup. We want to see is a close over this 38.2%, which lines up with the 55 EMA, and that likely takes us somewhere around the 90. What is that? The 88.3 or the 95%? It's the 88.3%, almost the 95%. If we were to get that, that would give us a move somewhere around $19. Wow, that's over that $18 area. It's around $19.50 towards $19.46. That's very interesting. That would get us over our previous projected highs and take us upwards towards somewhere around $30. Very big if. That would happen if we close over this 38.2%, $14.07. 5-day is starting to flip back up as well on momentum. From the reset point, volatility is coming from about 5%. Same place as the weekly, brushing right up against this 38.2% and 55 EMA at right around $14.03. If you can close over this, same situation as the 5-day, where it probably ends up going up on a breakout. But as the weekly did, the 5-day is doing the same thing, where it's currently rejected. The invalidation for that move to the upside is going to be continuing to reject this area. Because if you continue to reject this area, eventually probabilities are going to shift within 1 or 2 closures to testing the bottom of the 38.2. That's sitting at right around $10. That $10 area is very, very significant. It's been tested many times. Eventually, it's going to stop. It's going to stop holding, and this is going to break down significantly towards $7. 2 days has momentum very close to entering into the bullish control zone. Volatility is still pointed up. One thing that's a little worrying, though, is momentum is getting higher than these levels here, while price is making a lower high, giving us possible hidden bearish divergence. Right now, to confirm the hidden bearish divergence, we'd have to close about $12.25. That would very likely send us down to the bottom 38.2%, right around $11. Very close to that $10 area. It likely leads to a breakdown because we'd be losing all of these lows towards somewhere around this $9 to $8 area. Right now, hopium is that the jewel is starting to curve back around within the bearish control zone, giving us a buy signal and about to lose the bearish control zone. It's marked with a vertical line every time that's happened. Buy signal. Let's see how the chart responds. Come on. 33.76% to the upside on this one. So even though it was a lower high, which ended up dumping afterwards, even less than it pumped, about 29%, still made a move about 33% up towards right along this meme line, rejected exactly from the meme line. This one was quite nice. It moved down before moving. It moved down about 9%, 9.5%, before moving up 102% to the upside. So this one led to a little double in pricing. This one first dumped about 12%, then ended up pumping about 41% to the upside. 33%, 102%, 41%. %, very close. It seems like to lose this similar amount of percentage moves.
It's the chart that loves repeating itself.
This one's a little bit different. This one's about 58%. Each one has been pretty nice, though. If we do the minimum of about 33%, that's pretty high. It's about $18. Very interesting. That's the area where we needed to close above to get a macro breakout.
Mm-hmm.
And if we do, let's not do 100. Let's just do 58%. 100 is a little bit crazy. Well, 58% is just normal. Brings us exactly to this top meme line at $22. Very interesting. That would also coincide with us closing over this 50%. I mean, 38.2%. But the last time we closed over the 38.2%, we went to the 95%. Right now, the 95%, it's at right around $18. Daily momentum is making its way into the bullish control zone. Volatility is flipped up. Now the jewel is starting to give a very nice signal as well, where we're breaking out of the bullish control zone, giving a buy signal and maintaining the bullish buy signal. Similar setup that we just saw on the 2-day, where I would mark it off with the vertical line, but it would give you basically the exact same results that you just saw. Or when it flips back around into a buy signal within the bullish control zone, you usually get a pretty significant pump with double digits from there. And that would go along with this daily failing to silver cross. And usually whenever you get one of these things where I think it technically kind of did silver cross, then it uncrossed. Usually when you get that, you get the opposite move. So you get what you would get if you were to freshly silver cross to the upside. And you're already starting to get that play out because you're over the 38.2%. Takes us somewhere around the 88.3%. Right now that's sitting at about $15.25. Not quite that $18 area, but since volatility is coming from 0%, maybe it goes a little bit higher towards $18. We'd have to see. What would make it a little bit less likely is that you're getting to pretty high areas on the HBDR. So if the ranges do step up, that would invalidate that, and then that would make it a lot more easy to hit $18. But as of right now, it's going to be a little bit difficult to go there in one move because we're getting pretty high HBDR. 4 hours, freshly flipping back into the bullish control zone on momentum. Volatility is flipped up. And right now, we're very, very close to a fresh 4-hour silver cross at the upside while we're closing over 38.2%. See what happened when we got the last 4-hour silver cross. Cross right here. After this candle's close. And from that silver cross, we moved up for a correction around 33.8%, got a little bit of a correction, then eventually almost 44%. So it's going to be somewhere around here. Let's just assume that we get a gap fill and do 33% from there. And this is being conservative on the target. Brings us to very close to $18. And if we were not be conservative and take it from here, 33%, that's about $18.50. Very close to the area we need to get over to get a macro breakout. As long as we're below that area, though, even if we reject it, tap it and reject it, still very bearish. Still would be a lower high in a series of lower highs. Only invalidation of that is if we get a high time frame closure over that area. Then the trend has shifted. Imagine this thing trading in the $200 or $300 area, and you're holding it from 5 to 8.
It eventually will. Yeah, it eventually will.
You can be like one of those guys who bought Tesla before the Model S came out.
That was the whole point, right? Like, this is why we're paying attention to this one. Because we missed out on that one, but we ain't missing it out again.
Usually, what people say before they miss out on it again.
Yeah, exactly.
God damn, this quarterly chart looks absolutely horrendous. Monthly right now does have many drives of bullish divergence confirmed, which does play into the idea of the possibility of a monthly or high time frame reversal. And right now, what lines up with that $18 area is right now the monthly 21 EMA is right around $18, making it a very significant area and a very significant change in market structure. Where if we were to close over this 21 EMA, this is the first time we've ever been over it. I very easily would see it move towards 30s in that situation. Maybe even higher because of how significant the structure is going to be, being over the 21 for so long. Maybe we reverse most of this breakdown. That's a big if. Continuation on this bullish divergence is going to be a close over $16.65. That's not even the $18 area, but it is a pretty high time frame close though. That would take us up towards somewhere around the neutral zone. Right now, the neutral zone is sitting at $23.45. From there, since we're coming from pretty low volatility, it makes it a little bit more likely we hit the bullish control zone. That's sitting at $37, right around the 30s. Fits my bias, so let's say the bullish control zone. On the opposite hand, the 2-week does have confirmed hidden bearish divergence off of this lower high, and it's going to be active as long as we're closing below this high here, $16.65. Very interesting. Continuation off of this divergence is going to be a close below $9.50, right around that $10 area, and that's going to send us towards the bearish control zone. Right now, bearish control zone is not much lower than that area, sitting at 933. But what's more likely is a critical zone, and right now it doesn't even tell us that because that number is so low. If I were to guess, throw a number out into the air, I would say somewhere around $6 to $7. But I don't have much data to go off of to say that.
Yeah, it could also be the cocksucking move up, because to me, at $8, when he got to $8, it can't get any cheaper than that valuation wise. So I think even if we just do a little higher low, like just by nothing, and that's the low, like the new one before we go up, break the trend, start like forming, an uptrend, blah, 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 in the long term, that could be it. Because, man, at $8 was already too cheap. And back then, unless they do more shares, if they start creating more shares and selling more stock, then makes sense.
Did you hear that the GameStop is going to start dabbling in crypto?
That's what they say, dude. I also don't understand what Ryan Cohen. Oh, he's a genius. He's just buy Bitcoin and say you're doing the same thing as MicroStrategy. You have $4 billion. What else do you need? Why do
The
you
play-
need a new? I don't
The play
understand.
that everything the play for everything he seems to be trying to do is just create a bunch of hype to try to recreate 2021.
Yeah, but he doesn't like his
It's
Bed
never
Bath
gonna
and
happen
Beyond
again.
bed was terrible. That went to zero. And he just continues to do the same thing to investors. He is the one making always the money, which is genius.
You know, yeah, the apes are getting poor while he's getting rich.
Exactly.
So right now, this is a little bit worrying. If we do, because we are technically above it, but if we close the weekly below $13.50, we will have hidden bearish divergence because we are higher than these areas on the RSI. The prices would have made a lower high. That is right now not really like a possibility because we are over that price right now. But if we close below $13.50 in the next 3.5 hours or 4 hours, doesn't seem very likely, but it's always a possibility to dump about 35 cents in 4 hours. That brings us down towards the bearish control zone, and that number right now sits at $5.84. Fits my bias. Here's some more bullish opium. 2-day right now is forming another drive of hidden bullish divergence off of this higher low, and it will confirm as long as we close above $13.22. That's going to give us a target at a minimum of hitting this 200 SMA, which right now is at $15.20, but more likely going somewhere around the, that also lines up with the middle zone of the R side, but more likely going somewhere around the bullish control zone. Right now, the bullish control zone is at $20. That would get us over that $18 lower high and make a macro reversal of trend. Plus, we'd be coming from less than 10% on the volatility, giving us enough legs to make that move to upwards to $20. Watch it look insanely bullish, and then just immediately invalidate all the divergences in one red candle and some just $6.
That's kind of like what he did on when we did look like when we created the all-time lows. That's what happened. We had earnings. He cock-teased everyone, went from 13 to 1640, 1680, and then he just fucking mega nuked on earnings. And earnings are coming up.
Oh, yeah, it says right there. That is on February 20th. It's in 6 days.
Mm-hmm.
And daily right now, like the 2 day is pretty again possible hidden bullish divergence. Daily he's already confirmed bullish divergence. We're coming off of many periods of 0% volatility, kind of looking like a United States setup in the making. It's already over 15%, so it's all but confirmed as a United States setup. Let's draw this vertical line at 15%. Hold on. It's basically impossible to get it to exactly 15%. There we go. That's close enough. We are currently well over that line. We're sitting at 16.67% with bullish divergence, giving us pretty high probabilities we're going to come back towards these highs around that $15 area at a minimum. And the target off of the divergence would be the critical zones for coming from many periods of 0% volatility. That critical zone sits at $17.56. Fits my bias of $18. 4 hours well has confirmed many drives of hidden bullish divergence, giving us a volatility setup expanding from somewhere around 4% on the volatility. We'd have a target of the critical zone from there. Critical zone sits at $16. That was our first target of that 15, so then 18s from there. Biasing all over the screen right now. Monthly momentum is starting to flip back up, which is kind of more hopium for the bull's case. We are getting pretty low on volatility, lowest level it's ever been to on the monthly, and we're losing the critical zone and about to freshly flip up on monthly volatility. Monthly momentum, as long as we close above $10.55. That'd be the last time momentum flipped up freshly was right off of here. See how much of a move that was. 128% to the upside after we flipped up on momentum. Flipped up again from here. Oops, wrong area. 140% to the upside after we flipped up from there. Let's just for shits and giggles do 100%. We don't even have to do that because that takes us up to like 27 bucks.
Yeah.
Very easy. I like it when it's easy math like that.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, I'm checking out. I'm going to ask ChatGPT.
I only use it like that and then throw the number. People are like, wow, how can you calculate so fast? On the super simple ones. If you ask a really complex one, I'm like, I have no idea.
Yeah. Something like that. Like I could just give you a roundabout number. It's not going to be exact, but it will be close enough.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you're using the mental math that I'm giving you as a TP, then I salute you for your level of gambling. On the 2-week, we are getting momentum flipping back up, rejecting the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up and entering into the bullish control zone as long as we're above $12.67. Maybe the stars are aligning for Rivian. Counterpoint, weekly is flipped down, but hopium is that volatility is contracting, but momentum is flipping down. We are losing rejecting the critical zone. Hopium is that this is going to hold as our next higher low, and the confirmation of this area as our higher low is going to be closing above $16.65. That will also flip this momentum back up, which the pivot right now is $14.79. 5 days getting very close to volatility contraction. Momentum is making its way towards the edge of the bullish control zone, and the pivot right now is $14.16. So if we don't close above that area right now, momentum is going to lose the bullish control zone. At that area, at that point, it's going to be very critical to see what this pivot goes to. If it does not go down, then it's likely to get a correction first before, or it might even invalidate this entire bullish setup. Because the first level is probably going to retest somewhere around that $11 to $10 area. It's going to be absolutely critical for bulls to flip it back up in that point. It's going to be less likely, and it's going to be more likely that we're going to break down. Here's where the hopium starts to come in. 2-day is now giving us a fully contracted volatility at 8%. Momentum is flipping up, giving us a derp of life, and we're pointed up above $12.18. All of these last derps of life, these two were not very successful. This one gave us a slight bump, about 15% to the upside. This one did nothing before failure. This one was kind of decent. So here, well, 58%, kind of decent. Pretty decent, if I do say so myself. Did we drop below? Yep, we did. We dropped below all of these levels on momentum, but we're making a higher low, giving us possible 2-day hidden bullish divergence. Likely, very likely sends us up at a minimum towards that $18 area if that confirms. The hidden divergence will confirm above $16.65. Daily is now once again giving us that volatility setup above that 15% after many periods of 0%. As of right now, momentum is pointed up, making this a United States setup. And we are pointed up as long as we're above $12.47. See the last time we had a United States setup, how much move we got. And that was off. We also have a double derp of life right here. $75% to the upside off of the last daily United States setup.
Holy shit, bulls. These might be going to 30.
That would take us over all of our significant lower highs and send us basically straight up to 30. See if we have another United States setup. Not really. This was a setup to the downside, the opposite of a United States setup. Oh, here we go. A nice, beautiful United States setup right here. 101% to the upside. 75%, 101%. This one's kind of a United States setup. This one wasn't as powerful. Just a shitty little 25%. This one was 42%, quite respectable. I think we get the idea. The United States setups are pretty nice on this.
Indeed.
And we will have one as long as we're closing over $12.47. Volatility will continue to expand, likely hitting somewhere around mid $16 area first, eventually towards 18. If we get a close over 16.65, likely going to continue upwards pretty rapidly towards $22. That would close us over that $18 lower high, sending us towards 30s. Invalidation for all of it is closing below $10. Then you're very likely to break down, probably going to $6. 4 hours are also getting a volatility setup dropping below 15%, all the way down close to 0%, like 5%, starting to flip back up, making it more likely the daily setup will confirm a volatility setup, because 4 hours at 47%. Momentum is rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, and we're pointed up above $13.03. And we got a quadruple derp of life on the 4 hour.
I gotta say, on the daily, that volatility is going back below 15%. It's at 15.08% right now. Like, it's still fucking with us.
Yeah. The 4 hours one makes it more likely that one does continue upwards. So all of the high time frames based off of trend are still bearish and still giving us an idea that we should be looking for a lower high. The hopium is that momentum is starting to flip back around, freshly on the monthly, and we're going to be up as long as we're above $10.55. And if we switch back down towards the 2 week, momentum is also pointed up. The bearish hopium is that volatility is contracting, but momentum is pointed up. The bullish hopium is that price will move up enough while volatility is contracting to close us over that $18 area rejective high. Then volatility will expand in the bull's favor, and we very likely go very rapidly towards $30. If the invalidation happens, though, and we close below $10, that volatility expansion is going to go to the downside, and we're probably going to get a 50% move from there.
Not bad at all, senor. Thank you so much. We're going to do Litecoin right now. Litecoin is LTC, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Boomer coin.
Boomer coin. Oh, man, what are we buying? Are we buying some Ripple? Are we buying some Litecoin, some Bitcoin Cash?
Ripple is that one boomer who's still cool.
Yeah, I know, motherfuckers. But now look,
the one who will pull you out of 12th grade algebra class to sip some beers and watch NASCAR.
I sadly never had that. I just had to do it on my own.
Yeah, me neither.
I would call the front desk and make the voice of a teacher because I could make a lot of voices. And one of my teachers really talked like that. He just straight up sounded like this. So I would call the main entrance at school. I figure out what the intercom numbers were. I'd call the main desk and I was like, hey, Alejandro's going to be leaving class today. He's going to go pick up his soccer gear. And we're like, of course. So I would walk the fuck out of school, like middle of the day. They would open the door gladly because they thought I had permission, come back whenever I wanted.
This is going to sound really bad, but in the 12th grade, I never missed a single day.
What a fucking nerd. Get the fuck out of here. You know what? We're done with the stream. Thank you, everyone, for coming now.
I was trying to maintain my GPA at that point because I was thinking that, if I graduate top 10 in my class, I'll automatically get into whatever university I want. And no, and I didn't know DEI was against me at that point, and they don't accept Asians very often.
DEI was against me at that point. Incredible. Yes, we're doing Litecoin. Let me just do the Rivian one. Let's get it. Vale, estamos viendo Rivian y lo estamos viendo en la diaria. Ahora, la tremenda cantidad de indecisión es brutal, aunque Rivian en este momento está reventando a la alza. Y la pregunta es, ¿esto es por fin el bajo más bajo de toda la historia en Rivian en $8.31? Y estamos viendo que el segundo bajo más bajo de toda la historia fueron $9.51. Y ahora vamos a ir a hacer un alto más alto de los 18.85. Eso podría parecer. Vamos a analizarlo rápidamente. Vamos a empezar con temporalidades altas como la de un mes, porque 3 meses es una payasada en esta tabla. Pueden ver, es una tendencia a largo plazo bajista, no hay de otra. El alto más alto de Rivian me parece que son $180. Me pongo la vela de una pues, para ver. 179.47. Y ahorita estamos cotizando en $13 con 78 centavos. Lo pueden ver acá. Hemos estado dentro de esta tendencia bajista gloriosa desde agosto del 2022 y ahora por fin tiene cara que la vamos a poder romper a la alza. Esto será el momento que todos hemos estado esperando con Rivian. Rivian el 20 de febrero, que son 6 días después del fin de semana, la próxima semana creo que es el miércoles, es cuando presentan resultados. Aquí hay algo muy importante que saber para todos los que somos fanáticos de esto. Es 1, presentan resultados. 2, estos resultados tienen algo más allá de importancia de cualquier otra. ¿Por qué? Porque Rivian había dicho que para fin de año iban a poder hacer coches donde no iban a perder dinero por unidad. La pregunta en el aire es, ¿van a perder dinero por unidad o no? Si no lo logran hacer, esto va a meganuquear a la baja. Si lo logran hacer, esto va a explotar a la alza. Y justamente antes de resultados, Rivian juega este juego estúpido en el que estamos en este momento. Pero vamos a ver qué exactamente se da. Ahora, vamos a analizarlo. Mensual, lo tienen por acá. Estamos creando este bajo. Y ahora, este es un hombro, cabeza, hombro. Hombro, cabeza, hombro. ¿Ok? Y la explosión de la misma nos daría un objetivo bastante sencillo cuando es al revés. Ponemos a la línea y ahora digamos que lo rompimos por acá. Nuestro objetivo sería los 25.50, 25.34 más o menos, porque no, obviamente los movimientos no son perfectos, pero bastante similares y eso también nos da confluencia con nuestro promedio del 34, que lo pueden ver por acá en los 24.55. Interesante. Interesante. En la mensual tenemos volatilidad todavía cayendo al punto más bajo, está en 30.77%, todavía no nos da un cero para nada. Estamos en la mensual por fin retomando el 9, pero la cosa es, retomamos el 9, lo perdemos, retomamos el 9, lo perdemos, retomamos el 9, ¿qué continúa? ¿Lo vamos a perder o no? Quedan 14 días y 4 horas. Lo que nunca hemos tomado en la mensual es ese 21, me parece, correcto. Nunca, nunca. Este sería el punto donde diríamos, ok, algo claramente cambió con Rivian. Vamos a ver qué estamos viendo en cuanto al HPDR se refiere. Podemos ver que nuestra parte alta de la zona azul, siempre y cuando aguantemos justamente donde estamos ahorita, nuestra media está en los 11.92, rebotando en la media. Eso nos debería decir que tenemos una alta probabilidad de irnos a los 15.34. Si no podemos venir a los 15.34 y romper e irnos hasta el 61%, o al mínimo al 50%, vamos a crear un alto más bajo. Así que eso va a ser muy importante para todos nosotros, mantener un ojo, a ver si podemos crearlo. Por ahora esto se ve bastante alcista, tal cual como lo estás viendo. La cosa es, en diferentes temporalidades y sobre todo 2 semanas semanal, tenemos todavía divergencias bajistas que son más cercanas al precio de ahorita que las alcistas, pero en temporalidades más cortas tienes divergencias alcistas jugando hasta la de 4 horas, ¿no? Y es justamente lo que queremos investigar. ¿A dónde va esto? Tenemos el rechazo del 88.3%. Antes habíamos sido rechazados en el 97%. Este fue un rechazo más bajo. Y acá estamos por debajo del 9. No, estamos por encima del 9. El 9 está en 13.40 y el 21 está en 13.45. Todavía no los flipamos uno del otro y eso es importante anotar. Estamos ante el 78%, que son 14.25. Definitivamente queremos ver a esto, romper los 14.25, ir a testear este EMA, este promedio del 34 en los 15, que también coincide con nuestra línea meme, y de ahí al 88%. La cosa es, eso sería otra vez un alto más bajo. Así que tenemos que esperar a que esto de verdad rompa potentemente. Volatilidad está yéndose a la baja. Vamos a la semanal, podemos ver que estamos siendo rechazados rápido por la parte alta del 38.2%, también nuestro promedio del 55%, y eso nos dice que nuestra siguiente parada, si es que no podemos romper los 14.07, va a ser por ahí de los 13.28. De no aguantar los 13.28, muy probablemente vayamos a ir a la media que se encuentra en los 12.32. 12.32 nos activaría varias divergencias bajistas en varias temporalidades. Y si no aguanta la media, estás hablando de los 10.77, la parte baja de esto, aún así creando un bajo más alto, que seguiría siendo alcista. 5 días, igual, el mismo rechazo, el 55, la zona alta del 38, tenemos nuestra media en los 12.40. Si no podemos cerrar esto en 3 horas 39 minutos por encima de los 14.18, muy probablemente vayamos a visitar la media después en los 12.40. Y eso obviamente vamos a ver si aguanta, porque perderíamos todos nuestros promedios una vez más y podríamos estar ante una situación estilo esta. En los 5 días tenemos volatilidad haciendo algo, ya lo habíamos visto o no. Estamos en los puntos más bajos de la tabla en volatilidad, todavía no llegando al 15%, pero está en 18% y empezando a voltear. 3 días, todavía nos queda camino para acá arriba. Queremos definitivamente poder cerrar por encima del 14.44, poder romper este promedio del 100, es esta línea roja que viene por acá en la parte alta de la zona azul. De poder hacerlo, vamos a tener acá un cruce plateado a la alza bastante bueno y eso nos va a decir que probablemente empiecen a cambiar cosas. Ahora, nuestra volatilidad está preparando un setup una vez más, está por debajo del 15% en 11.11%. ¿Para dónde va a jugar esto? Vamos a ver exactamente para dónde. No se pierda el próximo episodio ¿no? Pero ahora tienes tu cruce plateado dándose a la alza. Vamos a ver si podemos ir a reventar los 14.49 o 14.44, que es básicamente lo mismo. De poder hacerlo, podemos empezar a pensar que, ok, tal vez sí vayamos a barrer estos máximos por acá en 16.61. Aunque tienen que saber, 16.61 es donde también entra una parte, si puedes tener un cierre por ahí encima, no inmediato, obviamente, porque esto le faltan 3 días, 37 minutos para cerrar, pero si empiezas a ver cierres por encima de este máximo, muy probablemente vayamos a los $30 con Rivian. Diaria. Tenemos un setup estilo Estados Unidos, que es como el de jamás, a la alza. Tenemos periodos de nula volatilidad y después tienes esta explosión del 18.65%. Voy a mantener un ojo acá en la diaria porque esta volatilidad continúa que quiere salir y luego baja, quiere salir, luego baja, quiere salir, luego baja. Así que vamos a tener un ojo por acá. Ahora, estamos en el 61.8%, justamente ahí siendo rechazados. Vamos a querer poder cerrar arriba de 13.91. Un cierre arriba de 13.91 nos lleva justamente a esa zona de los 14.49, que es donde está nuestro promedio del 100 en la de 3 días y donde hemos visto que también encontramos otras resistencias y pudiendo romper eso al alza el 88.3% en 15.25. Pero de tener este rechazo y cerrar por debajo, iríamos al 50% en 3.62. Estamos entrando en la parte alta, así que ahí lo estás viendo. ¿A dónde va Rivian? Me gustaría poder saber eso. ¿A dónde va Rivian exactamente? Estos son de mis setups favoritos cuando veo todo esto acá, pero también cuando los veo, crea un gap Rivian, hace esto y podría ser simplemente un segundo alto. ¿Dónde está tu invalidación a la alza? Eso quiere decir que esto va a caer. Tu invalidación a la alza está aquí. Llegas a perder tu tu SMA 200 en la diaria, esto se va a ir a freír espárragos. Si logras mamar este máximo acá en los 15 y cacho, ese va a ser tu primera señal de que muy probablemente te vas a ir a los 30. Segunda y tu confirmación sería los 16.70 y ya de ahí podemos ir a la alza. Por ahora Rivian está jugando en medio de absolutamente todo. Tiene este gap que está creando, que es algo muy tradicional en los movimientos de Rivian. Vamos a ver si puede aguantar y si este setup continúa a la alza, sería muy bueno y muy alcista. Es simplemente paso a paso ver qué es lo que va a pasar. Bajista una vez más, simplemente perdiendo tu SMA 200. Una vez que lo pierdas en la diaria, ahí es donde crearías ¿cómo se dice? Me lleva la chingada. La divergencia bajista se daría, perdón. Wow, super brain fart. Y ahí lo tienen. Rivian. Y de nuevo, no se metan a jugar esto con resultados. No sabemos si de verdad pudieron hacer dinero o no. O sea, yo no tengo ni idea. Estoy acá neutral y saben que quiero poner una gran cantidad de dinero en mi cash de esto. más allá de lo que tengo en mi IRA en Rivian que sigo acumulando. Así que de cualquier forma se gana. Vamos a ver exactamente qué viene. Litecoin, LTC. Do we have LTC here? No.
Litecoin is about to have its first spot ETFs confirmed, then it'll go to the moon. Source, trust me, bro.
Oh, that's pretty good.
All right, Scott Melker. Well, everyone, we're looking at Litecoin. It's not my favorite coin. I'm more of a Bitcoin guy, but yeah. Scott Melker.
Let's see if crypto will do its part now, because Dixie is doing its part, forming a pretty nasty bearish engulfing on the 2-week, losing the median right now. Median's $106.62. Going to make a very high probability if we close below there in 6.5 hours, we're going to come down to this 38.2, which lines up with this 55 EMA right in the 104 area. But I think it's going to happen is that we're probably going to lose this area, come down to 138.2, put in the next macro low here, and then end up breaking these highs of around $110. Probably going to break these 112 highs and go somewhere towards 115. And if Dixie is going to 115, everything else is probably going to shit. And that's probably our bear market in crypto and probably equities as well. But right now, as it's dumping, we kind of want to see crypto to do the opposite hand and start to pump, which Litecoin is kind of doing right now. If you were to take it from the wick bottom to where we are right now, we're currently 59% off of the wick lows. Pretty fucking insane. And then you look at the monthly, we're getting a fresh silver cross to the upside in the monthly right now, where we have our this wick low coming down to sweep all of these lows, putting in one hell of a swing failure pattern, retested this silver cross, and now we're once again over the 38.2% after getting a monthly close over it. But this was such a fucking predatory move, where we closed over the 38.2% and then immediately got a wick down from open 37%, taking out basically everyone who's more than 2.5x long from this point, taking them all out, liquidate them all, then end up being back over the 38.2%. Last time we closed over the 38.2%, we got a move of 371% to the upside.
Holy balls.
Not bad. We got to move somewhere around this 78.6% on the HPDR. Right now, the 78.6% sits at about $334. That's very close to Litecoin's all-time highs. That's absolutely insane. When's the last time we had a monthly silver cross at the upside? Basically here would be if we were to draw in where the 2055 would have been. But we technically don't actually ever have a silver cross to the upside of the monthly. But that was a move of about eight, yeah, the first technical one. But if you were to draw it in where the 55 would be, it would roughly be around this point where they crossed.
You just got an 8,000%? Is that what you fucking pulled out?
Yep, just a small 8,000% move to the upside.
Just a chill move.
Just chill move. Just this is a chill boomer coin with an 8,000% move. I wonder what we'd be at if we put 8,000. No, I'm just kidding.
What's that, an 80x?
Yeah, I think so.
So it would be 80 times 120.
I can't do the math.
Litecoin would be trading at $10,000 a Litecoin.
Hey, it's 1/10 the price of a Bitcoin. Why can't, right? People say that seriously.
No way. I didn't know that.
But not about Litecoin, but basically every shitcoin. It's this much the price of Bitcoin, so why not?
Oh my God. Oh, people. Oh, people.
Monthly momentum is very close to breaking its way into the bullish control zone. Volatility is pointed up. The jewel is now curving back around, giving us buy signal and about to enter into the bullish control zone. The last time the jewel entered into the bullish control zone, let's mark it vertical line. Right here in 2021, we haven't quite touched the bullish control zone yet. And right here in 2017, only twice has it ever entered into the bullish control zone. In 2017, when we entered, we get another move up of about 841%. In 2021, close to the top. But we still moved up 150%. So it's not really, how much of a percent is it to $330? Like 160%, very close to that 150% number. Watch it just go to 300, and then people were saying, yeah, you said 330, you're wrong. Oh, that's a powerful 2-week candle. That is very, very, very close to a bullish engulfing right now. Plus, we have a perfect retest of the silver cross and a retest of this median and back over the 38.2%. If we close over this number of $135.17, that would also very likely close us over the 61.8%. We're probably going to get quite the extension, maybe a little bit of a pullback first to retest somewhere around this $120 area. But then we're likely going to go fast for 78.6, which is sitting right above $200 at $210. That $210 area is probably going to provide some resistance because of the psychological 200 number. 2-week is flipped down technically on momentum. It is still within bullish control. Volatility is starting to flip down. So if the jewel does give us a dark blue sell signal, likely volatility is going to flip down with it. We're probably going to get a correction before we start to hit to that $200 target. And that correction could just be sideways. It doesn't even have to be down. Weekly is getting quite the candle, the way to the downside. Went below every one of our major moving averages and ended up holding the 9 on a closing basis. Now we're getting a retest of the 38.2, and we're above it. Last time we went above 38.2, we went towards the 88.3% on the wick. 88.3% right now is just over that $200 area at $202. Now we have 2 points giving us for $200. Now momentum is flipped back up within the bullish control zone. If you notice, momentum went way lower than all of these periods right here, while price made a higher low, giving us possible hidden bullish divergence. We confirmed that divergence with a close over $135.17. Very likely sends us upwards to $200. And right now the jewel is starting to curve back around too, right at the yellow below the bullish control zone. See if you can find a comparable situation with the jewel flipped around at the yellow. That was pink right here, but that's not nearly as powerful as the move because it was much higher. Oh, right here, this one should be nice. Oh, that's an epic sell signal right there. I want to be I draw a vertical line just because I'm curious about this one. But we'll make it a different color. We'll make it red for sell.
For dramatic purposes.
Indeed. And this was an amazing buy. Just mark that one for curiosity as well. I'm marking green. I guess. Oh, this one can be counted as a flip up. All right, that should be enough. Let's switch this to blue. These are going to be the examples. Blue. There we go. Let's see how much of a move it produced to cross up at the yellow. About 87% on this one. This was when I was just curious. That's quite the move. 9,122% off of the basically the most perfect buy signal you could get on the jewel. Huh. I think you could just retire off of that 9,000%.
Well, yeah, because that's when Litecoin goes to 10,000 per Litecoin.
And then your Litecoins make you a light. Nobody's going to use the word millionaire anymore. It's going to be Litecoinionaire.
Litecoinionaire.
This was the most epic sell signal you could ever get on the jewel. 90% to the downside.
Very average in crypto. Yeah.
Now, another example of flipping around at the yellow. That took us up 59%. That doesn't look like that much on the chart. That's 59%. This one was quite massive. 691%. If Litecoin goes 691% from here, I will eat my socks. And that's legally binding. 55%. So the average seems to be around 50 to 60%. Do another example. No. So let's just apply a calm 50% for here. I believe that's somewhere around $200. Oh, very close to $200. Right around, yeah, 60% would be $200, whereas the previous number target was around $210. Momentum on the 5-day is entering into the bullish control zone. Volatility is flipped up from basically 0%, getting very close to getting a close over that 38.2%. Takes us upwards to that same, very close to that $200 area, 182. 2-day rejected the bullish control zone on the first time around, made a higher low, and now it's getting back to the bullish control zone. What makes it likely that it's going to break into it is that the jewel is starting to curve back around, giving us a buy signal. The pink is very close to crossing above the yellow. If that happens, and this pink is like light blue is in this area, that's going to give us a repeat of that epic, amazing buy signal. See if I can find it on the 2-day and get a comparable for that, what we're working on. This is the sell one. This is close. Not quite as powerful, but pretty close. There we go. That's exactly what we were looking for. So we'll start with the one that was close. And then we'll go on to the one that actually is comparable to what we have now. The one that was close pulled us up about 35%, got a correction, and then eventually 53%. Okay, the one that's comparable actually didn't even do as much. Interesting. Moved up about 21% before getting a correction, and then eventually 36%. So if we were to do 20 to 30%, average is about what, 30? 25, I mean? Do 25% from here. Brings us to about 160 bucks. What is the high on this candle? 122. So that brings us strongly over this area. Does it give me any divergences? There is a small amount of bullish divergence off of these lows. Probably going to take send towards that previous $200 area, but that $200 area is probably going to be very strong resistance as well, especially because you're going to have topped out volatility, momentum and volatility at that point. Daily is giving an idea of pullback relatively soon, especially because you're getting very high on momentum. It's not quite in the 90s yet, but it's getting there. Volatility is getting quite high. On the daily, the jewel is getting very close to getting that pink crossing over the yellow. The oscillator is already within the bullish control zone. So if we get a close over this 88.3%, we're likely going to get a pretty fast move to that 97.5%, right around 170 bucks. Maybe not all the way to the 97.5, maybe more a little bit like right running it towards the 160s, because the 160s lines up with the 2-day chart. You got to keep changing the time frame until it fits your bias. On the 4-hour, momentum is starting to flip down a little bit, still above the moving average, still in the bullish control zone. Volatility is flipping down, which is signaling that this move down we're getting right now is likely to be a correction. We've corrected all the way down to the 50%. Now we bounced, and now we're all the way over the 5 EMA. So we're over every one of our major moving averages now. we can close this, somehow manage to close this candle green over $127.93. That will mark this as our next potential local bottom, and confirmation of a local bottom is going to be a close over $130.41. That likely sends us towards the 140s. Probably a slight correction there, but then you would get that 2-day hidden bullish divergence or regular bullish divergence, probably sending us to 200%.
Kaplim! It's a brand new indicator.
Oh, very nice. Look at us upgrading. Look at us. I gotta get one of those Asian things, and I'll just hit that instead. Dong.
Dong. You need to get a gong.
Was that what it's called?
Yeah.
Despite how absolute dog shit it looks on the higher time frames, it still can't argue against it setting higher lows every single time. Yeah. Higher lows.
Like XRP.
Maybe this will be a Litecoin cycle where it breaks its all-time highs. Right now, momentum is starting to flip up, rejecting the critical zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as we're above $82. The last time momentum was flipped up was right here. How much of a percentage was that, out of curiosity? 904%.
Fuck.
Quarterly volatility is still contracting to the lowest level it's ever been. Momentum is about to break out of the critical zone and point up as long as it's above $53.10.
Wow.
Monthly volatility is now expanding from the lowest level. It's pretty sure. Yeah, the lowest level monthly volatility has ever been. Somewhere at below the 15% area. Let's draw the horizontal line. I don't know why it went away. I think I gotta save it.
I literally bounced on it. It's there.
Fucking yay. There we go. Let me click save. There. One of these is what I like to call the pop and go setups. Just pop below the 15% and started expanding right away. And now we're pointed up as long as we're above $74.85, $75. Wish I had the statistics on this one to give you. Fortunately, I don't, but that's the beauty of fact. I wouldn't even be able to give it to you because we've never dropped below the 15% ever before. Only comparable thing I could give you is expanding volatility on momentum pointed up. And that would be from here. That give us a move of that was contracting volatility. Here's expanding volatility on with momentum pointed up. Expanded right there. 708%. Expanding volatility with momentum pointed up. Start here. $10,337% to the upside. So that is quite a good looking setup. And have we dropped lower? We did. Yes, we did drop lower than this low here, while price made a higher low, giving us hidden bullish divergence on the monthly as well. That will confirm if we close above 100, and this is just meant to be safe, $147.20. Very likely send us up towards that $200 to $210 area. Same number. 2-week volatility is contracting. Hopium is that momentum is dropping while volatility is contracting. We have a derp of life on the 2-week. Last time we had one, we pumped how much percent? Curious. Come on. 57% to the upside. So from now, we've pumped 50%, roughly in line with that. Very interesting. But so if we do end up putting the local top here, we'd have to close below right now $92.68. What's more likely to happen though, assuming we close, or what makes it even more likely is if we close over 135.17, is that momentum will come down towards the edge of the bullish control zone, and this pivot is likely to drop. If we do reject this area and close below about $109. This pivot is likely not drop. This will probably mark a lower, another lower high in the macro, and probably ends up going significantly lower. But as of right now, since based on the monthly, that's not likely to happen. Weekly is very close to getting a reset on volatility. Went all the way up towards the high 80s, now sitting at 35% with momentum and reclaiming this 200 SMA. Momentum is rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, and it's pointed up above $114. Not only that, but momentum dropped lower than where it was at these points, while price made a higher low, giving possible hidden bullish divergence. That divergence will be confirmed if we close above $135.17. Very likely sending us up towards 200 bucks. 5-day is now getting volatility expansion after getting 100% extreme, working our way towards a double extreme now on the volatility, rejecting getting out of bullish control, and we're pointed up as long as we're above $115.23. Let's see if we can find a double extreme situation. All right, so from here, momentum flipped up to give us our second extreme. How much of a move was that? 75% to the upside. Quite large. I do believe chill. 75. Yeah, it's small. I do believe that takes us up to 200 bucks. Oh yeah, 220. Very nice. 2-day as well is getting volatility expansion. Just about to give us our double extreme, rejecting getting out of the bullish control, and it's pointed up above $102.20. Daily as well, getting volatility expansion for the double extreme, about to enter into the critical zone and pointed up above $105.75. Four hours getting volatility contraction with momentum about to flip down. Still got 2 hours to go. We're just dancing around the edge right now. Momentum will start to flip down if we close below $130.35. A little bit lower. This is kind of looking like that's not going to happen on 4 hour though, because volatility is about to give us a setup, dropping below 15%. We're rejecting the critical zone and we're pointed down below 131. Yeah, this also kind of confirms it. Getting to a little bit of a degenerate time frame. We're about to get a volatility set up, and we're still flipped down as long as we're below $129.50. Let's do a quick rundown. So this is the first time in Litecoin's in a long time for Litecoin's history that higher term time frame momentum is starting to shift up. It's starting to favor the bulls. It's starting to get setups that it hasn't really had since its massive run in 2021 and 2017 before that, where momentum is pointed up on the quarterly as long as we're above $53. And on the monthly momentum is flipped up as well. It's starting to look like we're going to reverse trend and go somewhere around $200, especially with the bullish divergences. And then if you look at the monthly, we're getting a fresh silver cross to the upside. So if we do continue to get it, or if we get a correction while silver cross is active, it's likely we get a pullback to somewhere around that $100 area. Also because 100 is a very psychological number, but it would also retest the 9 EMA, the silver cross. If that area holds, very likely continue upwards towards $200 and continue out the bullish divergences. That $100 area, it doesn't hold though. This entire rally is probably going to get erased. Probably going to come back down somewhere around $50 for a psychological number. Maybe get a pity bounce there, then probably will break down. But as of right now, momentum is with the bulls.
Fair enough, sir. Thank you so very much. That's great. Fucking incredible. Who would have thought that Boomer Litecoin was looking like this?
This thing usually pumps last. That's a scary signal.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's fucking terrible. Let me see. In here, it pumped first.
Did?
Yeah, it did May 2021.
May 2021 was when Bitcoin already put in the all-time high.
But no, yeah, but then Bitcoin put another all-time high in November 2021. So this is your October, November 2021. It's lower than this one. And the one where you're right, it's in December 2017. Bitcoin does all-time high right here. Litecoin does it in, later in December.
Although you wouldn't have been the worst off if you sold it at 65,000. Assumed that was the all-time high.
Oh yeah, no, I mean for what it was, unless you sold the top and bought the bottom at 30, and then again sold the top. Like, who does that? Get the fuck out of here. All like the internet, obviously. By the way, who does that? All of the people in my comment section. Yeah, but aside from all those people. I sent you the next one via text message because it's a hard one. It's a mouthful.
Linux Pharmaceuticals.
That's right.
Yeah, it sounds like the operating system.
It does. Terrible. Bueno, estamos viendo Litecoin, damas y caballeros, LTC USD, como de que no. Y en este momento, ¿qué es lo que estamos analizando? Bueno, venimos obviamente del primer pompazo que tuvo en el 2013. Esta es una moneda boomer para toda la gente que no lo sepa. Luego tuvimos nuestro top en el 2018, tuvimos un alto más alto en el 2021 y esto nos propaga y nos lleva justamente a donde estamos ahora en esta zona de consolidación. También podemos ver que hemos estado haciendo bajos más altos a través de toda la historia en Litecoin, muy al estilo de XRP. La diferencia es que aquí si tienes un alto más alto en el 2021, donde Ripple simplemente no logró hacer ni siquiera eso. Ahora, vamos a analizar esto exactamente como se debe.
Discúlpame, señor.
Sí, señor.
TradingView doesn't have Linux Pharmaceuticals.
They don't?
No.
Excellent. I got another one for you. Hang on a second. Solamis.
Muchas gracias.
Oh, thank you. Ok, estamos viendo la trimestral en este momento, justamente continúa ese patrón de lo que habíamos platicado con estos bajos más altos a través de toda la historia y interesante, lo que sí tuvimos en el ciclo del 2017 fueron cierres más altos que los que vimos en el siguiente ciclo, lo puedes ver acá. El cierre más alto que habíamos visto positivo fue 226. Y el que siguió en el 2021 fueron 196, o sea, bastante diferente, ¿no? Pero estos wikazos no te los quita absolutamente nadie. Con eso dicho, vamos a ver volatilidad. Volatilidad está llegando al punto más bajo de toda la historia en esta tabla. Voy a poner una línea meme horizontal solamente para prepararme para ver si es que llega a darse por acá o si se va a dar la vuelta antes. Eso. Pero, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo ahora? Es bastante sencillo de notar. Además de los mínimos más altos que estás haciendo, tienes altos más altos que todos estos hasta básicamente enero del 2022. ¿Ok? Esa es la primera cosa que vamos a notar en este gráfico y después todas las cosas que estoy borrando. Perfecto. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual también podemos ver, y aquí vamos a ver algo bastante especialón. Arriba de esta zona, arriba de esta línea meme que están viendo acá en los 112, tengo otra línea meme en los 137. Esto es el primer paso, la primera llamada para ir a tocar el siguiente nivel en los 161. El nivel de los 161 también es un nivel donde no hay mucha acción, no hay muchos intercambios de manos, lo pueden ver acá. Por lo que ya estando acá, me dice primera llamada 138, segunda llamada 163, tercera debería de ser alto histórico. Simplemente Momentum está acompañando todo el precio también, al igual que volatilidad en esta subida, y es la primera vez que vemos algo así en el gráfico del Litecoin. Además de que si nos acercamos más en este gráfico mensual, lo que podemos apreciar acá es un cruce plateado para la gente que está aprendiendo. Un silver cross, un cruce plateado, es cuando la línea amarilla, que es el promedio del 21, EMA 21, cruza por encima del promedio del 55. Esta es la primera vez que lo tenemos a la alza en el gráfico del Litecoin, porque cuando apareció el promedio del 55 en el 2017, nunca ha cruzado a la alza, solamente a la baja el 21, donde que nos había dado este cruce plateado a la baja, ahora lo tenemos a la alza. De nuevo, viendo esta continuación y viendo cómo estamos haciendo altos más altos en este momento, Litecoin está cotizando en $129 en este momento. Con eso dicho, ya vimos volatilidad. Volatilidad está expandiendo ante este movimiento positivo en el precio. Lo podemos ver por acá. No sé qué carajos haya hecho ahí, pero acá está. Tienes el zampompazo. Volatilidad continúa y apenas está en 34%, lo que dice que también tiene muchísimo camino. Mínimo la primera zona interesante de resistencia debería ser los 62, segunda 77. Eso quiere decir que todavía tiene bastante movimiento a la alza antes de encontrarse con una resistencia. Es más, no voy a entender por qué esas cosas siguen apareciendo en la tabla. Con eso dicho, pueden ver acá que tenemos también uno de mis cruces favoritos de la historia, que es cuando todos los promedios se juntan en un solo lugar y explotan a la alza. Tu promedio del 9 está en los $99 en este momento en Litecoin. Esta va a ser la zona importante, la zona que no quieres perder, los $100. $100 quiere decir que esto se acabó y va para abajo y que estamos completamente en lo equivocado de todo esto, así que atentos. Vamos a ver rápido en el HPDR, en el HPDorro. En el HPDorro estamos entrando en la zona del 50%. Poder cerrar así en 14 días, 7 horas, nos debería poder llevar a la zona de los $189, que ese es el 61.8%. Vamos a ir paso a paso, como sea. Nos vamos a ir acercando un poco más y ver qué sorpresas nos puede dar el buen tío Litecoin. Con eso dicho, volatilidad está contrayendo en la de 2 semanas, en lo que Litecoin está por encima de la zona del 50% y entre el 61.8%. Faltan 2 días, 7 horas para cerrar. De poder cerrar esta vela donde estamos, siguiente objetivo sería en los $136. Una vez más, estamos ahí. Otro cruce plateado aquí a la alza, lo pueden ver justamente en esta zona. Y no hay nada que nos diga acá que esto ya está cocinado para nada, es al contrario. Semanal rápidamente, volatilidad continúa contrayendo. En lo que la volatilidad está contrayendo, estamos viendo que tuvimos un rechazo en la parte alta del 61.8%. De no poder cerrar por encima de los 130.68, vamos de vuelta a los 120 o hasta la parte alta de la zona azul en los 111, que para mí es lo que yo personalmente, con mi propia bias que va a ensuciar sus mentes, es lo que creo que va a pasar primero antes del putazo arriba. Personalmente creo que va a haber una oportunidad de entrada bastante chida pronto para ustedes, degenerados. Bueno, me digas degenerado. Ok, perdón, discúlpame, brother. También tenemos volatilidad expandiendo en este momento ante este velazo verde por acá. Estamos expandiendo, no de la parte más baja, pero sí por encima del promedio y estamos en 59%. Vemos que a Litecoin le gusta hacer extremos y no nos sorprendería ver un doble extremo también rojo. Eso podría apoyar también el movimiento junto con el momentum que está apuntando para arriba en Litecoin. Además de que también tienes tu cruce plateado en esta zona que puedes argumentar que este movimiento te lo dio ya en esa temporalidad, pero una vez más, el secreto de la salsa todavía no es revelado. En la diaria también tienes tu cruce plateado o no. No lo tienes acá, lo tienes desde acá atrás. Tienes tu cruce plateado. Estamos un poco ya en 95%, lo que nos dice que vamos muy probablemente a consolidar e ir a buscar la parte del 78.6% en lo que todo esto sube. De ir a la parte del 78.6%, estamos hablando de 120, 110, sí, 120, 52, pero podríamos caer hasta el 61.8% en los 113. Eso no nos sorprendería para nada. Con eso dicho, quiero que vean esto. Volatilidad quiere hacer un doble extremo acá también. Está apuntando para arriba en 89.68%. Ahora, en lo que están acá viendo, creo que lo puedes hacer desde acá si te quieres poner chulo. Esta sería tu resistencia, ¿no? Bueno, voy a simplificarlo para todos ustedes. A la alza, arriba en el 136. Lo que personalmente creo tiene probabilidades de pasar es un rebote a esta zona y después dar continuación a la alza. Y si no, se te llega a ir esto para acá, vas a tener que consolidar acá, porque estás viendo el HPDR en temporalidades más cortas, cómo se está cansando y estás llegando a extremos en volatilidad. Entonces vas a necesitar algo de consolidación. Y de nuevo, la sorpresa no sería que vengamos a retestear el 9, sobre todo cuando tienes un cruce plateado en el mensual, ¿no? Viéndolo acá, que vengas a retestar el promedio del 9. Tu promedio del 9 está en los 100. Entonces, cualquier movimiento hasta acá, eso sería un nuevo mínimo más alto y luego tendrías el empuje a nuevos altos históricos. Primera llamada para el subidongo fueron los 113, segunda llamada a los 137. Una vez que llegues al 161, yo creo que muy probablemente vas a altos históricos o muy cerca de altos históricos. Para invalidar todo esto, pierde el 100, pierde los $100 y vámonos para abajo. ¿Ok? Ahí está Litecoin para todos ustedes. Vámonos a los Solanis. Wow, what a pump.
The Solana Mandlets.
Here we are.
The Mandlets are performing.
Finally.
Let's switch to this one. Should be nice. Is Sam back in the market? I wonder how much Solana.
Not a lot of people related to it, but David Sachs is a big, let's just say that he traded Solana knowing that he was going to go up. Maybe he didn't know. Maybe it was his hope. But let's just say that the crypto czar has to do with this too.
So right now, Solana on the monthly has retested the 9 EMA, bounced back up, bounced pretty strongly. It doesn't look like that much on the chart right now, but if you were to do it from bottom to where we are right now, it's at 66.65%. From the top, that is about 34% that it moved corrected this month. 34% in any other market would be a crash. But if you notice, as long as it's holding this 9 EMA, it's been holding it this entire way through. Whenever it's doing its vertical move, it holds the 9 EMA. Whenever it loses the 9 EMA on the monthly is when you're in the bear market. After losing the 9 EMA, we bounced up 44%, it's quite a bit, but you eventually went down about 91, 92%. So right now, as considering we're holding not only the 9 EMA, but the 5 EMA, probabilities are that if we close this candle red, we get into fill of this wick, maybe somewhere around that 5 EMA once again at $200. But then from there, you'd likely test the median, sitting somewhere around $289. Still not quite our all-time highs, but pretty close. Would likely pushes us with the stop losses in this area to new all-time highs. Right now, momentum is still pointed down. Volatility is still pointed up, and we have a rejection of the median, making it likely that if we lose this 9 EMA, which right now would be losing our current lows at $175, very likely going to come back down to the bottom 38.2%, and this is 21 EMA, sitting at right around $140. That's going to be the area where probably it's not going to end up holding because of what's going to happen there. Alongside that, the implications are going to be monthly bearish divergence because you have higher highs in price right here, but you have significant lower highs in momentum. That monthly bearish divergence probably enough to get it back down to somewhere around the starting of this 55 EMA, which is currently at about $80. Solana's trading at $80 would be pretty bad. That's right around the area where I'm assuming the next macro bottom is going to be somewhere around $60 to $80. That's just a number in the air. I'm going to back that up. This 2 week is getting momentum pretty close to the bearish control zone. Volatility is pointed up. We're currently bouncing exactly where we need to at the bottom 38.2%. Are we putting in? Technically, yeah, we are putting in some hidden bullish divergence on the 2 week. This momentum went lower than this slope here, while price went higher low. Let me get some of this water. So if the way to confirm that hidden bullish divergence is to close above $237.29. That will also close us over. Where's this median? 273, not 237. I'm sorry, I'm dyslexic. That would also close us over the median, taking us to the 38.2%. That would and that would also be a rejection of the bearish control zone if that happened. 38.2% right now is significantly higher than price action, sitting at somewhere around $400. So if we were to take it from the median or this candlestick high towards $400, it's about 40, close to 50% to the upside. Quite significant. What's making that a little bit less likely that that'll happen, though, is that the jewel is starting to curve around, giving us a dark blue sell signal. If we see where we curved back around the last time around within the bullish control zone, oops, wrong line. Flip dark blue right there. Only one time have we ever flipped dark blue sell within the bullish control zone. So from the sell signal, we initially pumped about 20%, then we dumped about 24.5% from the sell signal firing off. So if we were to do a 24%, or just do 20% even, 20% brings us down to around 162, and 24% brings us to about $156. That would indeed be pretty bad, because that would sweep this last major low that we had, probably taking us down to just 100. That's that $100. Very interesting, same number. Weekly momentum is still technically to the upside, starting to get a little questionable though, which lines up with we're still over the median, so assuming we close over that, it's likely to continue to the upside. At that point, we'll probably get volatility expansion. Where is it at? Volatility is going to be expanding from about 5%, so likely it's a pretty significant move, taking us somewhere around the 61.8%. Right now, the 61.8% is sitting at $334. Is that, I believe, yeah, that's significantly new all-time highs, like more than 10% above our current all-time highs. And usually, whenever shitcoins do break their all-time highs, they like to get a nice pump over them too, because of how much liquidity is in those quick highs. A lot of degenerates trading shitcoins. On the 5-day, momentum is flipped up, just about a confirmed expansion over the moving average. We dropped below these areas on momentum, but made a higher low, giving us possible hidden bullish divergence on the 5-day. Close above $209.40 confirms a hidden bullish divergence. Likely sends us up to somewhere around the 61.8%, which is at about number $290-ish current all-time highs. 2 days flipping back up, losing the bearish control zone while momentum contracts, giving you a probability of hitting the median. Right now, median sits right along 21 EMA at $214. But on the other hand, you have momentum dropping significantly below where it did right here, where I believe it's also at the same time a higher low. 180, 187 says, yep, higher lows. So that gives you possible hidden bullish divergence over today. You got to close above $209.05 to confirm that. Very likely sending us up somewhere around 78.6%, which is our current all-time highs. Daily momentum is now breaking upwards into close to the bullish control zone. Volatility is pointed up, expanding from 0%. Jewel is now firing off a buy signal, just about to lose the bearish control zone. So mark with the vertical line. Jewel buy signal within the bearish control zone. There. 4 should be enough, so one more. We'll call it. All right, so this one from entry pumped about 43.8%. Quite nice. This one was about open to wick high, 112.6%. This one was 18%, not much. And this last one was from open 43%. So if we apply the minimum move of 18% to the upside here, That brings us to about $242. This last rejected lower high. We do 40%. That brings us basically roughly to our current all-time high. It's very interesting with that each one of those moves takes us to a significant area. Where if you were to close over this previous lower high at $244.70, very likely going to go to new all-time highs. Somewhere around that 97.5%, which is about $310. Very similar area from number from before. And that's with every single time the jewel has flipped up to a buy signal within the bullish control zone. I mean bearish control zone, my bad. On the 4-hour momentum is within the bullish control zone. See if there's any divergences. There is some hidden bullish divergence on the 4-hour. You could argue that it has been played out because it has tapped pretty close to tapping the 100 EMA. See if it hasn't quite tapped it yet. So that level is at about $206. We are closed over the 38.2%. See, volatilities have volatility expanding from somewhere around almost 0%. Now it's within the still not within the extreme areas yet. It likes to top out in many periods of 90%. We're sitting at 71%. Where did we go last time? Somewhere around the 78.6, which lines up perfectly with that 100 EMA around like $208. The jewel right now is firing off a pretty amazing bicycle, with the pink is crossing over the yellow, dark blue, light blue above everything else, entering into the critical zone, bullish control zone, and the DMI is not green as well from many periods of red. Where now cash flow is positive into Solana. So you're going to take last time with that. Pink crossed above the yellow, light blue above everything else. Right here. This is also a very similar area from where it happened right now. And same thing with the DMI flip green. Let's just do this one. Here. That was close to the high, about 11.6%. Doesn't seem like much, but it is a 4-hour. This one was a little bit more. This one from the close to the high, about 14%. Actually, not that much more. This one seems to be a bit. Watch me say that, and it's like 15%. But hey, on a 4-hour setup, what more could you ask for?
Yeah, that's insane. No, that's a big pumperoo.
This one is about 60%. This one is a little bit more respectable. This one can sit at the big boy stable. And this one was basically nothing. But technically it's not. Yeah, I guess you could say it's validated because it's dropped below the entry. 4.88%. 88. Is it a Nazi? So is there any? Yeah, there was that bullish divergence. Let's switch to the RSI. Solana. I have to make sure to not accidentally type in soy. One thing on Solana is a massive inverse head and shoulders. Very, very, very interesting. To confirm it right now, it's going to be one of those things where you got to close over all-time highs.
Yeah.
Not very helpful. You got to close over $295. Well, you could get a target off of it, though, which would be the critical zone. Right now, that sits at about pretty high, $654.
Stop.
I'm curious. Let me just draw one of these from our current all-time. Let's try from previous all-time highs to all-time lows. There we go. The area that we're dancing around right now is that 78.6%. Would make a lot of sense that if we continue to close over this area, we'd have a target of that 161.8%. But now please don't be ridiculous.
Oh, it will be.
Oh, not that bad. $415. That's merely a small 100% move from here.
I mean,
on the opposite.
This is one of the most bullish looking cup and handles I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, you're right. There's a United States setup right there.
Yeah. And he paints it like perfectly too.
Right at the 78.6%. Let's see.
Oh, get ready for some fucking bullshit. It's obviously double wherever we are.
Come on. What do you know? It goes to it goes to that 161.8% perfectly.
Yep, we're going to
beautiful
$400.
The most delicious TA you'll ever see in your life. The United States pattern never ceases to fail. But on the opposite hand, this is a time to give a little bearish hopium. There is possible bearish divergence on the monthly. It's a little bit away from confirming. Right now, to confirm it, you'd have to close below $168.88, very close to $169. But if you close below 168.88, you're gonna have bearish divergence. And the only times ever we've had bearish divergence on this thing, on the monthly, it has marked the bear market. We've only had it done once before, and that brought us down from the highs to the low about 96% to the downside. Not bad. 2 week has 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence confirmed. It's going to be active as long as we're closing over $168.88, which that would confirm our bearish divergence as well as invalidating our hidden bullish divergence. And if we close over for continuation on this divergence, close over about $273.30, likely send this towards the critical zone on the RSI. That sits at $531. So number's probably going to change, but it would fit my bias a lot if it goes down to 450. I would even take 420.
Yeah.
Weekly also has possible bearish divergence. No, actually that's not a higher close. 252, 252.4. No, very, very slightly made its way away from a bearish divergence. 5 day has 3 drives of bearish divergence confirmed. As long as we're closing below 200 and actually this one could be used $209.39, and validates the bearish divergence. Continuation of the bearish divergence is going to be a close below $175.89, which is currently that's not our week low. 168 is our week low. If we lose that $175.89, that would be a continuation of the divergence, and it's going to send us a lot below this 55 EMA, probably down to the 100. That's sitting right now right around $150. If that were to happen, if you look at another macro, going to $151, then sweeps all of these lows, likely going to come back down towards somewhere around the 50-21 to get a bounce at like $140. Then eventually it's coming back down to somewhere around 80. Yep, that's a higher high. Possible bearish divergence on the 3 day as well. Wow. Confirms with a close below $175.89. Very likely brings us down towards this 200, which right now is sitting at about $130-ish. If it does, probably is going to move up. It's going to take several periods to pay out. Likely lines right up with this Fibonacci level at around 136 to 140 bucks. 2 days about to put in drive hidden bullish divergence, and it will confirm as long as we're closing over $198.56. Pretty close to getting, I guess if you could consider this one an extreme, we would be working on a double extreme right now. And that would take us towards, if it confirms, the simple moving average, which right now is sitting at about $283, just below our current all-time highs. Then if we are able to hit the critical zone right now is at 579. But several candles before this plays out, and this probably updates. Daily is also putting in possible hidden bullish divergence. Confirms above $209.05. Very likely is going to send us back to these current local highs, somewhere around $280, $290. Technical number would be somewhere around $270, and the number above there, oh, beautiful, fits my bias, $415.43. Basically, exactly that number. Four hours active bullish divergence off of these two lows right here. It's going to be active as long as we're closing above $188.78. Confirmation of continuation on the divergence is going to be a close over $209.05. Likely takes it towards the critical zone, which right now is at 233. That would be a close over these previous objective highs too, likely bringing us to this breakdown point in this Fibonacci level at 260 bucks. That will then eventually bleed into the higher time frames, taking it upwards to 400, 450, maybe 420. We like 420. $420 is a beautiful number. They tell me it's the number of marijuana. I don't partake, but I hope they have fun.
Do you know why BitBoy is losing his shit again?
Is he going through another divorce?
He got divorced last time? Oh, so maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I thought it was just like a funny crypto thing. That I don't mess with.
Yeah, so he got divorced, and then he ended up driving to, after he lost his company, then he drove to his ex-wife and her new boyfriend with a gun in the back seat and flipping his shit. Then he dealt with the cops, and he was arguing with the cops, and they arrested him.
What?
Who knew? Who knows what he was about to do? He was going to their house with a gun in his car.
Holy yeah, dude's fucking absolutely insane.
We almost came to one of those situations in the news. Cryptocurrency influencer, blank's wife and current lover.
Oh man, OJ. That's absolutely terrible. OJ style.
I'm just about to say the OJ of crypto.
Yeah.
Is this what I see here? A United States pattern on Solana?
Seems like it.
Let's just see out of curiosity where this United States pattern would take us.
Wait, you already did that.
Oh, did we? Was that this one?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was at 415 bucks. My bad. I'm retarded.
That's what I'm here for. Don't worry about it.
Monthly is very close to volatility expansion. Hasn't gotten it yet. That's the hope PM, since momentum is currently pointed down. We are rejecting the critical zone and will be pointed down as long as you're below $227.60. Two-week is now once again starting to contract on volatility, and while we have momentum pointed to the downside, and we're going to be pointed down below $255. As we also have possible bearish divergence on the 2-week stochastic between these highs and these highs, where we have lower highs on momentum. Confirms below $168.88. That's usually why. That's the reason why I don't recommend people use an RSI and a stochastic. Probably one or the other, because they're both for momentum. And just like how RSI told you of the possible bearish divergence, stochastic also tells you the same thing. So it doesn't really make sense to use them both. we're just about to get a weekly setup where we drop below 15%. We're about to get right back above it. We haven't confirmed expansion though until we're above the moving average. And as of right now, if we do confirm expansion, it's going to be to the downside because momentum is pointed down below 229.60. And we're about to enter into the bearish control zone. Last time we entered into the bearish control zone, hasn't done that a lot. Oh, it was in the bear market. Very nice.
Oh boy.
Right here is where we entered into the bearish control zone. So we did, this is predatory as fuck because we bounced quite a bit, bounced like 43%, and then eventually dumped another 92%.
That's how he gets everyone, right? Like at first, this is like just behavior at the end of every single cycle. People like there's the dips, the famous dips, where in one day for no reason shit just goes down like crazy, and people go buy the dip, and they're right, and they're right, and they're right, and they're right, and then he dips way harder. Buy the dip. They buy it, and he gets a mega pump. So they even add to that buying, and then they fucking get dropped on hard when he doesn't want to go anymore.
Yeah, because then once they buy after it hits a local top, then their average price becomes basically that current
way higher. Yep.
Right now, this is kind of worrying. This is the point where it needs to bounce, or it's gonna likely be over. And the way to avoid that situation is we'd have to get a weekly close over $220. Otherwise, it's probably cooked.
A weekly? That's like 2 minutes to close that shit. How many?
Yep. No, weekly
2 days.
Yeah, 2 days and 6 hours to close above 220, or this is probably cooked.
Wow.
5 days already getting set up where we're expanding on volatility. We're above 27, we're at 25%. Moving average is also 25%. Momentum is rejecting getting out of bearish control and is pointed down below 234. This is not looking good. Last time we had a volatility set up to the downside. It's been a good minute. I'm going to assume the bear market. Yep, bear market. Last time we had volatility set up to the downside. We dumped 70%, 75%. Yeah, 79%, almost 80%. Here's another volatility set up to the downside. Another 80%. Here's another one to the downside. %. Very interesting. And this one's already firing off. We're already at 25% on volatility after going below 15%. Momentum is currently to the downside. I just don't have the statistics on the hit rate on this. Let's just apply the minimum move of, I'm going to have to zoom out, of 60% down. Brings us right down to this 200 on the 5-day, which is at $80. Remember $80?
Yep.
Very, not just similar, the exact same number that came up before on a completely different chart. And if Solana is brewing a 5-day setup to the downside, that might have some implications for Bitcoin. Two days, it's currently contracting. Momentum is pointed up as long as we're above $203.40. But shouldn't take too much hopium out of that because momentum is up while volatility is contracting, meaning that this bounce is likely corrective. Daily is now dropping below 15%, 11.9% on volatility. We have a setup brewing, hasn't confirmed yet. As of right now, momentum is pointed up above $191.90, $192. The hopium is that this volatility setup on the daily plays out to the upside, and then that'll invalidate the 5-day setup. But that's not very likely because the 5-day one has more precedence over the daily. So if it does happen that the daily does fire off, that would be the only way you get some hopium that the 5-day will get invalidated. But since that 5-day is already firing off, what makes it more likely is that this daily will apply to the downside. What I'd like to see is what this pivot goes to whenever we get to the bullish control zone. Might go up. 4 hour is getting a volatility set up. We're expanding above that moving average and the 15%. And we're entering into the critical zone, and we're pointed up above $195.74. So what I could see happening with that 5-day setup firing off is this one continues to bounce, momentum pointed up, until we hit somewhere around this 200, right around $220. And that's also that level that we'd have to close over by the end of the week if we want to avoid going into the bearish control zone. It's likely as this $220 area is a rejection, and then we end up continuing that 5-day setup to the downside. We'll close over $220 though, and that's invalidated, and we probably end up going back up to our current all-time highs. All right, so now it's starting to get quite worrying on Solana. The time frames are still momentum is not. Momentum starting to flip back down. We're getting bearish divergence very close to confirming. We're getting the 2-week rejecting the critical zone and also forming bearish divergence, very close to losing the bullish control zone. On the weekly, we're getting very close to getting into the bearish control zone. Every single time we've gotten into the bearish control zone on the weekly before, it's been the bear market. And we've dumped around 90% after when we got into the bearish control zone. Very close to getting a daily setup as well, getting back over the 15%. And currently that setup is pivoted down. If you look at the 5-day, the setup is already firing off, sitting at 25% on volatility with momentum pointed down. And if you were to apply the same move we got last time, that brings us exactly down to 80 bucks. Only way to invalidate that is to get a close over $220. The hopium is that right now the daily and the 2-day are starting to flip up. But since volatility is contracting, it makes it a lot more likely that those are just going to make a lower high before the 5-day continues, and this thing ends up moving pretty hard. On the 4 hour, a little bit of hopium is that it is getting volatility expansion with momentum pointed up, but I'm pretty sure a 5-day is going to take a higher priority than the 4 hour, which makes the probabilities of the 4 hour making a lower high. Only invalidation is getting a close over $220, as in the 5-day will be invalidated. But until that happens, the 5-day is likely to continue to the downside.
Well, fuck us. That's it. It's 4 hours, baby. I'm gonna do this one. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Look at, say.
Not that I can think of, but I have some molletes and flan.
You fucking piece of shit. Well, enjoy your life. Enjoy your Valentine's Day. Have fun. And say hi to your girlfriend.
You too. Buenas tardes, muchachos.
Have fun, bud. Buenas tardes. Thank you. You too. Vamos a ver los solamis. Para empezar, estamos viendo esto en una tabla mensual. Este es uno de los patrones más alcistas que existen. Esto es lo que nos llevó en Palantir hasta el cielo, y esto es lo que ha llevado a muchísimas cosas que hemos visto. Esta es la tradicional copa y la agarradera, ¿no? Cup and handle. La cosa acá, y esto es donde es importante también poder usar otros indicadores como momentum para darte cuenta para dónde estás apuntando, es que Solana, por más alcista que se vea en este tipo de gráficos, tiene demasiadas divergencias bajistas pendientes, y además de divergencias bajistas pendientes está... Un segundo. Perdón, tuve que estornudar. Además de tener divergencias bajistas pendientes, también tiene el momentum entrando a la zona crítica bajista. La única vez que momentum ha entrado en la zona crítica bajista ha sido en el mercado bajista, no en el bear market, esta zona básicamente. Y eso nos da un objetivo para Solana de $80. ¿Hay algo que puede hacer esto para completamente romper eso y que no pase? Sí, vamos a analizarlo. Y vamos a empezar con la mensual porque Solana no tiene tantos datos. Salió en junio 21. Tuvo su máximo histórico en este punto en noviembre 21 en los $259 y volvió a ser un máximo histórico este año en los $294 rapidísimo, pero ha tenido los cierres más altos de toda su historia en 237 en la mensual. Venimos a ver volatilidad que nos cuenta al punto más bajo de toda la historia. No se está dando la vuelta todavía. Interesante, no se está diciendo absolutamente nada. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. Aquí hay una divergencia bajista pendiente en la mensual. Si no podemos cerrar por encima de $220, se va a dar, para que sepan. Lo mismo en la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas, y aquí ya les puedo poner el HPDR después de ver volatilidad, tenemos volatilidad contrayendo en lo que hemos perdido. Y esto es lo duro, ¿no? Porque habías estado por encima de la media todo este tiempo. Pum, 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 todo bien. Acá la perdiste. Ni siquiera pudiste llegar a la media, que está en 245, y estás perdiendo tu promedio del 9 en los 205. De no poder aguantar la zona de los 197, tu siguiente viaje va a ser los 180. Y de no aguantar los 180, que es lo más probable, vas al 61.8% en 149. Así que, y atentos, porque el 55, que es el que a mí me gusta tradear, está en el 137. Semanal un poco de lo mismo, aunque estamos por encima de la media. Aquí es donde hay un poco de hopium. En esta semanal lo que quieres es no perder la media, que está en $200. De perder los $200 instantáneamente te debe dar una excelente idea de a dónde va esto. También estamos siendo rechazados. Perdimos el promedio del 9 en esta vela. Intentamos volver a retomarlo, lo perdimos. Intentamos volver a retomarlo, nos rechaza por adelantado, no lo hemos tocado ni siquiera. Y ahora nos está aguantando la media. La media de aguantarnos nos podría llevar con un cierre bueno, primero a vencer los 210 y de ahí a los 243. Pero de que tengamos un rechazo del 9, que tengamos un cierre por acá y que esto se dé la vuelta, estás hablando de ir a la parte baja de la zona azul en los 167.29. Potente. Además, tienes un setup de volatilidad que se está cocinando por acá, aunque la volatilidad nunca cayó al 15% y el promedio está aquí arriba todavía. Así que atentos. Ese setup de volatilidad, lo que estamos viendo es que hay muchos setups que se pueden dar a la baja. Y eso sería completamente pésimo para Solamis. Acá en la de 5 días, rebotando justamente en la media que coincide con nuestra línea meme, intentando retomar el promedio del 21, rechazados, y ahora estamos en nuestra línea meme por acá, en los $204. Queremos el día de hoy, nos gustaría empezar a ver, retomar el nivel de los 206 hasta el nivel de los 213 para poder pensar en irnos a la parte alta de los 225. De ser rechazados acá, una vez más, 164 sería tu siguiente nivel a estar viendo. Dos días tenemos todos los rechazos, el 55, el 9, el 21 y el 34, y nos está aguantando el promedio del 100, que está en $190. En este momento, con estos rechazos y de no poder vencer el 55 y el 9 en los 205 o el nivel de los 211, 213 con la media, vamos a ir a visitar el 78.6%. Y el 78% está en 172, que abajito tienes a tu SMA 200. Atentos al 164. Diaria. Tienes cruce plateado a la baja, lo pueden ver acá. Es cuando el amarillo se va por debajo del naranja. Aquí está el 21, está por debajo del naranja. Y eso quiere decir que vas a retestear el promedio del 9, que ya lo estás haciendo, y eso debería de rechazarte, y aquí deberías de tener la zona oportuna para hacer un corto. De cierta forma sí lo es, porque si el precio llega a tocar los 207, tu invalidación está en 209 en Solamis para este corto. Y si eso se llega a dar, la parte baja de la zona azul coincide con nuestro SMA 200 en los $183. Puta. Básicamente lo que estamos diciendo es esto. Es más sencillo de lo que pinta todo esto. Vamos a ponerlo así. O sea, que se vea bonito, que todo el mundo pueda ver todo esto. Venimos todo este camino para arriba, creando nuevos altos, mínimos más altos, definitivamente. Pero este rechazo acá en los 210 y perder el SMA 200 sería letal, y tu siguiente objetivo debería estar por acá abajo. Para nosotros, movimientos medidos que hemos tomado de cuando entramos en ciertos puntos, vemos que el momentum se está volteando para abajo y hay ciertas divergencias bajistas en juego. El objetivo de esas divergencias bajistas junto con momentum es $80. Si queremos que Solana y el mercado se quede tranquilamente alcista, queremos cerrar por encima de esta línea, de los 220, que es básicamente esto y esto. Si no podemos cerrar por encima de los 220 en 2 días y 3 horas, que es cuando cierra la semanal, divergencia bajista entra en juego y esto va para abajo. Arriba de 220 te vas a ir a $400, muy probablemente. Paso a paso, pero cada uno. Y esto es lo que estamos viendo en los Solamis el día de hoy, damas y caballeros, y es lo que vimos absolutamente en todos los gráficos. Tenemos muchos setups en todos lados, es lo que queremos ver. ¿Para dónde van a jugar cuando nuestra volatilidad y momentum nuestra volatilidad está a punto de darnos muchísimos setups y volteamos a ver nuestros indicadores de momentum y vemos que unos están apuntando para arriba y otros para abajo? Tiene cara que el mercado va a ser una locura en todas direcciones, pero me imagino que si todo está creando este tipo de escenarios y además volteo a ver, por ejemplo, ¿no? Y pongo Coinbase. Coinbase tuvo excelentes resultados. ¿Cómo es que Coinbase no puede pasar de los $300? ¿Cómo? How, Sway? How? Y esto es un problema grande donde te está rechazando Coinbase también acá tus promedios importantes. Si Coinbase está teniendo altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos y bajos más bajos y bajos más bajos desde básicamente acá en 17 de enero, eso no pintaría bien para cripto porque no entiendo por qué Coinbase con esos super resultados no reventó a la alza. Simplemente eso. Yo creo que poner atención en esto, les digo, lo que no me gusta de fines de ciclo y por lo que no me gusta estar en posiciones a largo plazo en este tipo de escenarios es porque aquí es donde ya te juegan cada que te tiran un dip, ¿no? Que es compra el dip, funciona. Pero hay uno que ya no funciona. Y es parte de este tipo de escenarios, porque en los últimos 2 años, si te acuerdas de algo en este mercado, simplemente tuvimos una subida. Y ahora es donde empezamos con los dips, ¿no? Desde lo de Japón. Empieza uno, lo compras, empieza el otro, lo compras, empieza el otro, lo compras. Y todo vuelve a subir. Tal vez no altos históricos, pero mínimo esa línea donde todo está. Y de ahí hay un día donde el mercado decide, compra el dip, baja más, compras el dip, vuelve a subir a donde compraste el dip antes de que bajara la segunda vez, compras otra vez porque crees que vas a regresar al segundo nivel para que tu promedio suba chido y bolas para abajo. Eso fue lo que hizo Solana en el 2021. Cuando después de lograr su máximo histórico en 259, bajó a 179, 179 se fue a literalmente $100 y de $100 subió a 140, todo el mundo creyó que íbamos de vuelta, 140 se llevó a todos entre las patas y llegamos a $8. Así que estén atentos, estén pendientes, tengan sus stop losses siempre listos, no quiero que se los lleve el tren, por el amor de Dios, siempre atentos, estamos como siempre, aquí estamos para ustedes en Elite Trading Academy y la próxima semana tenemos clase con ustedes para todas las preguntas que tengan, lo que necesiten. Aquí vamos a estar en exclusiva solamente con los miembros, obviamente no ser un en vivo con todos. Esa clase es el jueves. Les mando un abrazote, cuídense mucho, feliz día de San Valentín y voy a ir a que mi mujer me regañe y ponga en situaciones de presión horrendas porque es el día de San Valentín que vale verga, pero por alguna razón importa. Pórtense bien.